Neo-Mysticism by Francisco J. Sierras, Jr. This book is dedicated to those who wish to know God, not for the sake of salvation, but for the sake of understanding. Introduction. The origins of Neo-Mysticism. What is the meaning of life? Why are we here? How did the world come to be? These are all questions we often ask ourselves and questions that some of us would die to know the answer of, and as a result, many of us have dedicated our lives to answering these specific questions, hence the careers of scientists and philosophers. However, despite of our intense desire to do so, we have failed, for the most part, to find the answers to these questions, which has left many of us in a state of unfulfillment, and thus, many of us have turned to religion, philosophy, or to science as a means of answering these questions, but regardless of us doing so, nothing seems to be able to provide those answers for us. This is a major problem because it leaves those who truly want to know the true nature of reality unfulfilled, and there is nothing worse than desiring something with the entirety of your being and not being able to obtain it. I can attest to this because this was the situation that I found myself in not too long ago, but thankfully, I was able to come across something amazing that brought fulfillment to my life. This magnificent treasure did not only answer the deepest questions of life, but it also provided me with other indispensable benefits, such as peace, stability, and a wisdom that transformed my life for the better. The way that I discovered this gift was through a long and studious process, which eventually led to the synthesis of this newfound wisdom. To elaborate, the journey began when I was a young boy growing up in a Catholic home, like most Latins do, and ever since I can remember, I was constantly around the idea of God and religion, which is how I was first introduced to spirituality. As a young boy, I never questioned the validity of these claims and I naively assumed them to be true, but regardless of my lack of understanding, I still had a deep admiration for the natural world that made me feel a deep spiritual connection to it. Unknowingly at the time, it would be my love of nature that would eventually lead me down the path of exploration and self-discovery. Nevertheless, growing up, I remember going to church, which was something that I would never look forward to, and additionally, around this time, I commenced the preparations for my first communion, which was a long and dull experience, but despite of my lack of interest, the way some people spoke of God resonated deeply with me and that caused me to believe in the things they said. However, with the belief of God, also comes the belief of Satan, which heavily traumatized me as a young boy, and hearing the stories of hell caused me to fear the devil greatly. In hindsight, this fear of the devil and of eternal damnation would become something that would cause me great turmoil in the future and something that I would need to overcome. Still, despite of my religious upbringing, school introduced me to the ideas of science, and ever since I can remember, I was deeply fascinated by pictures of space, animals, geometry, and so on. My love for science was so great that I would constantly draw solar systems, search for fossils in my backyard, and do my own so-called experiments as a kid. As a lover of science, I was naturally filled with questions that I would bombard my parents with on a consistent basis. As I remember, my father would always give me rational answers, which is why I loved going to him with questions, but my mother would do the complete opposite and give me religious answers, which often contradicted the things my father and teachers would say. Here is where I began to notice that there were different worldviews, and because of that, I began to question Christianity for the first time in my life. However, I was taught from a young age that other perspectives are ways of the devil trying to stray you away from God, and as a result, I believed that this was what was occurring to me, which caused me to keep believing in Christianity. Another thing that kept me a believer was that I was convinced that the magnificence of nature could not be an accident, and therefore, it must have been designed by an intelligent creator. As a consequence, I concluded early on that it was our understanding that was ultimately wrong, and that God must still exist in some way. A couple of years passed, and I was now a teenager capable of understanding more things, and thus, my doubts of religion grew more frequent. Additionally, I started to become more aware of the injustices happening across the world, and for the first time, I began to doubt the morality of God, because if he was all good as Christians described him, why did he allow all of these evil things to occur? As time passed, it became more obvious to me that religion was, for the most part, complete nonsense, but despite of knowing that, I refused to leave Christianity because my fear of hell did not allow me to entertain my doubts for long. In general, this is extremely unfortunate because I know that there are many intelligent people who are in a similar situation, and due to their fear of eternal damnation, they will not break free from their religion, even though they know deep down in their hearts that it is not true. Nevertheless, I quickly found myself questioning my faith almost every day, which started to cause a great amount of emotional stress inside of me. As time progressed, the internal conflict that was growing inside of me was intensifying until one night, it reached a critical point that caused me to have an emotional breakdown at the age of 16. The doubts that I was having overtook the entirety of my consciousness, and in one sudden moment of desperation, reason finally overcame my fear of hell, and for the first time ever, I denounced my faith entirely while in great emotional distress. At last, the years of torment that had held me back from exploring the true nature of reality was lifted off of me, but despite of doing so, I still felt an emptiness inside of me, as if I had betrayed God in some way, and because of that, I made a promise to myself that I would dedicate my life to finding the true nature of God and reality, no matter how long it took or where it led me in life. From this point forward, I was fully determined to find the answers I was looking for, which gave me a sense of peace, hope, and happiness. As I commenced my search for truth, it was not long before I rekindled my spiritual flame and came across New Age spirituality, which I thought at the time that it was the thing that I was truly looking for. At first glance, New Age spirituality appeared logical and as something empowering, unlike the teachings of Christianity, and because of that, I quickly found myself immersed in the practices and beliefs of spirituality. These times were extremely precious to me because they were accompanied by great feelings of positivity, inspiration, and optimism, but as great as that experience was, it did not take long for me to realize the logical contradictions that filled the entirety of the New Age movement, and as a result, I decided to disassociate myself entirely from New Age spirituality. Once again, I found myself lost, but this time, I felt extremely disappointed in myself because I had fallen in love with something that turned out to be almost identical to what I was trying to get away from, religion. Feeling lost and disappointed, I decided to take the opposite route and explore the teachings of science because science is, in essence, the search for objective truth, and because of that, I knew that science would be the last place I would find any religious or spiritual nonsense. Additionally, by learning more about science, I could understand the true nature of the world, which aligned perfectly with my search for truth. As a consequence, I spent the next 4 years of my life studying the multiple fields of science with an intense eagerness, and by doing so, I was able to perceive the beauty and simplicity of the world that had been obscure to me up to that point. Once again, I fell in love, but this time with science, and because of that, I set out to pursue a career in mathematics. However, the more involved I got, the more I noticed that most of my peers did not share the same goals as I did, which was unfortunate to say the least. For example, whenever I spoke to other advocates of science about God, or spirituality in general, the usual response was that these questions were not of a scientific nature and that it was useless to even explore such things. Eventually, I understood that most scientists were not trying to answer the deepest questions of life, but instead, they were seeking status and recognition, which was heartbreaking because that is not what science is supposed to be about. Again, I found myself investing time and energy into something that turned out to be not what I was looking for, and because of that, I ceased all of my pursuits in science, and I turned to philosophy instead. Philosophy was not unfamiliar to me due to the fact that most, if not all, spiritual people are fond of philosophical ideas, but despite of that, I had never explored philosophy with the intent of discovering the true nature of reality. As a result, I studied the many branches of philosophy, such as metaphysics, ethics, and theology, as a means of answering life's deepest questions, and conveniently enough, after a couple of years of study, I came across something truly remarkable and I knew instantly that this was what I had been looking for the entire time. That which I found is what religious scholars commonly refer to as mysticism, which is arguably the most complete form of spirituality there is. As such, mysticism answered everything that I wished to know, and it even provided me with deeper insights on the nature of reality. As a consequence, I studied the many forms of mysticism, such as Advaita Vedanta, Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, Sufism, Christian mysticism, and Kabbalah, to learn as much as I could from all of these different traditions. However, As great as these philosophies are, the more I studied them, the more I noticed that these forms of mysticism were heavily intertwined with religious beliefs, which baffled me in the sense that these great mystics believed in things that were obviously not true. This was a problem because it became hard to study mysticism without coming across some form of religious dogma that was clearly not true, and because of that, it became clear to me that there needs to be a form of mysticism that is free from religious ideology. Therefore, by unifying my understanding of science and philosophy with the principles of mysticism, I was able to develop a new form of mysticism, hence the name Neo-Mysticism, which, in my honest opinion, has the potential to change our lives and revolutionize the world for the better. Experiencing the benefits of Neo-Mysticism myself, I was compelled to write this book to share the wisdom of the philosophy with those who wish to know the true nature of reality. As a result, this book will go over all of the topics that are required to understand Neo-Mysticism and how the philosophy can be applied to our lives. Therefore, we will explore the following topics: the spiritual nature of humans, the nature of identity, the nature of reality, how to measure divinity, self-purification, ethics, cosmology, and finally, why we need to incorporate these principles into our lives and into society. As stated before, Neo-Mysticism has the potential to bring fulfillment to our lives and to revolutionize the world for the better, and that is why it is detrimental that we adopt its principles if we are to live a long and fulfilling life and survive as a species. Chapter 1: Humans and Spirituality. Spirituality is undoubtedly an inseparable part of human nature. It is ancient and originates in prehistory, which is evident at ancient burial sites found across the world. For example, the oldest evidence of human spirituality dates back to approximately 70,000 years, which is attributed to carvings located at the Tsodilo Hills of Botswana, Africa. Furthermore, offerings at grave sites, which are associated with Neanderthals, our closest extinct relatives, are dated to be approximately 120,000 years old, which predates the oldest evidence of human spirituality. Neanderthals also created symbolic art, buried their dead, and decorated grave sites, similar to us, which indicates that spirituality most likely predates modern humans. Human culture and spirituality. Spirituality is so significant to us as humans that there exists no known human culture, past or present, that does not practice some form of spirituality. For example, the cultures of the first great civilizations, like Mesopotamia, Egypt, and India, are inseparable from their religion, which is evident in their literature, art, and architecture. Moreover, the oldest works of literature, like the famous pyramid texts of Egypt, the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, and the Vedas of Hinduism, are all religious in nature, which shows the significance of spirituality in our early history. Additionally, the greatest monuments of the past, like the pyramids of Egypt and the temples of Greece, were all inspired by their religion's beliefs, and even more recent monuments, like the cathedrals of Europe and the pyramids of Mesoamerica, were built in dedication to the gods of their respective cultures. Spirituality also finds itself infused into the social hierarchy of most, if not all, past human societies. For example, many cultures believed their rulers to be embodiments of divinity, like the pharaohs of Egypt and the kings of Mesoamerica. Additionally, priests were usually at the top of the social hierarchy, and in some cultures, the priests ranked above kings, like the Brahmin priests in India. Priests also played a significant role in the overall functions of society, and without them, civilization could not exist, but despite of their importance to civilization, priests primarily served as the mediums between the gods and the people, which highlights the significance of spiritual practices and beliefs. The origins of spirituality. Regardless of spirituality's role in society, spirituality emerged primarily as a means of strengthening our connection to nature and to explain the mysteries of life and death. As a result, our ancestors created many ideas to explain these mysteries, with one of them being the idea of a personal soul, which is credited to giving us life, identity, awareness, and life after death. This is evident in the burial practices of ancient humans and of Neanderthals, and thus, the notion of an individual soul is often credited as the originator of spirituality. Furthermore, the soul was also believed to be equal with one's consciousness, and therefore, our ancestors believed that our souls migrate from place to place like they do so in dreams. Consequentially, our ancestors believed that this must be what happens to our souls when we die, and this belief likely inspired the notion of an afterlife, which is an important concept in most, if not all, religions throughout the world. Additionally, by observing the natural order of the world, our ancestors likely believed that it was built by an intelligent creator, and as a consequence, the idea of a supreme deity was born. This supreme divinity, or divinities in some cases, is the central focus of most, if not all religions, past and present. As a result, the idea of a soul, afterlife, and supreme creator became infused into the culture of our ancestors, and by doing so, these beliefs evolved into a larger set of more sophisticated beliefs, which we later came to recognize as religion. Religion and spirituality. Religion is usually how many of us are initially introduced to spirituality, and because of that, most people identify religion and spirituality as virtually the same thing. However, despite of their close relationship, it is important to differentiate the two from each other because they are not the same thing. For example, spirituality can be described as the general practice of connecting ourselves with nature, or the divine, and although it is hard to define specifically, spirituality undoubtedly predates religion, and therefore, spirituality is more fundamental than religion. On the other hand, religion is more complex and, although it is also hard to define, religion can be generalized as the fusion of spirituality and the beliefs and practices of a specific culture. For instance, religions adopt spiritual practices as a tool to connect with a culture's gods, prophets, and beliefs, which differ from culture to culture. Therefore, there is a clear distinction between religion and spirituality that needs to be recognized. The rise and fall of religion. Over time, spiritual practices and beliefs became extremely common among the people, and when that occurred, a religion could be identified and practiced by the whole of the population. As a result, religions grew more powerful and eventually became indistinguishable from the ruling state, which happened in most, if not all, cultures throughout history. For instance, the pharaohs of Egypt were considered embodiments of divinity and managed their political affairs alongside priests. In ancient Greece, the Oracle of Delphi directed the actions of the city-states, which in turn, affected the direction of world affairs. In Europe, kings were believed to be chosen directly by God, which gave them more power over the people. In Mesoamerica, the emperor was also seen as an embodiment of divinity, similar to the customs of ancient Egypt. As such, rulers did not just have political power over the people, but religious power that could affect their relationship to the gods and their afterlife, and as a result, rulers had almost absolute power over the people. For the most part of our history, we lived under the influence of religious leaders, and it was not until the last few centuries where society, especially in the West, grew past their religious ideologies. This paradigm shift commenced in the 14th century when the Catholic Church started to lose its power. Soon after, the Renaissance would commence in Italy and its new ideals would spread throughout Europe. The culmination of these events eventually led to the Protestant Reformation in England, which significantly weakened the power of the Catholic Church. Moreover, in the 18th century, the Age of Enlightenment brought about great intellectual change throughout the Western world, and as a result, people began to challenge the authority of not just the Church, but also of the monarchs. Additionally, around this time, the scientific method began to flourish, and scholars began to turn to more rational ideas over the religious ones that dominated the era. In the end, all of these events stripped the Church of its power, and as a result, the Church no longer had any significant power over the people. This allowed innovative ideas to flourish and to spread, but because of that, religion gradually diminished throughout the world, and today, it no longer serves the important role it once did in our society. Religion and spirituality today. Despite of its growing unpopularity, many people still associate with religion or practice some form of spirituality. For example, according to a study conducted in 2012 that gathered data from 230 different countries and territories, approximately 84% of the population still identify as spiritual or religious, but despite of its prevalence, the study also found that people who are 40 and under are more likely to identify as atheist, agnostic, or secular, which implies that future generations are becoming less religious. This is likely so because religion, apart from being outdated and full of false claims, is no longer fulfilling to most people, and it has caused us to find meaning or purpose somewhere else. As a result, many of us have turned to other forms of spirituality, which has been effective for some of us, but the problem with spirituality is that it is largely associated with pseudoscience, which causes many of us to be repelled by it. Therefore, many of us have turned to other ideologies, such as materialism and skepticism, as a means of finding fulfillment in our lives. However, many of us recognize these ideologies as meaningless, but despite of knowing that, it seems as if we have no alternatives to turn to because these philosophies, unlike the ideas of religion and spirituality, appear to make sense, at least to some degree. Furthermore, the hypocrisy and contradictions of religion has caused many of us to turn away from religion and everything that is associated with it, which sadly includes spirituality. This is a problem because, regardless of the validity of religious claims, studies have shown that religious and spiritual people are generally happier than their non-religious counterparts. Additionally, a 3-year survey conducted by Oxford University, involving 57 researchers who performed more than 40 different studies in 20 different countries, concluded that most humans appear to believe in the idea of a soul or an afterlife, despite of their cultural differences. They also found that children are naturally inclined to ask simple, yet deep philosophical questions, which can be considered spiritual in nature. All of these findings support the hypothesis that humans are naturally spiritual, and therefore, by neglecting our spiritual nature, we are neglecting an important part of ourselves, which could be why many of us are depressed and unfulfilled. Mysticism, the ultimate form of spirituality. As stated before, the main problem with spirituality is that it is heavily associated with pseudoscience, which does not make it a better alternative to religion. However, contrary to widespread belief, spirituality can be rational, and it can have important applications to our lives and to our society. As such, unknown to most people, there is a specific form of spirituality that triumphs over all others, and this form of spirituality is what religious scholars commonly refer to as mysticism. This elusive form of spirituality is present within the teachings and practices of certain religions and philosophies, such as Kabbalah, Neoplatonism, Christian mysticism, Sufism, and Advaita Vedanta. All of these are fine examples of mysticism, and they all share similar, if not identical principles, despite of their cultural differences. Nevertheless, mysticism can be generalized as the practice of attaining unity with the divine, and although it is an accurate description to some degree, this generalization does not convey the full meaning of mysticism and it does not explain anything to anyone who is not familiar with the practice. The misconceptions of mysticism. Although mysticism is universal to a certain extent, mysticism is hard to study independent of religion because there is no central text or doctrine that explicitly states what mysticism is. As a result, if we wish to study examples of mysticism, we have to study certain religions or philosophies to find traces of mysticism within them, and the problem with that is that it is extremely difficult to do so because religious scriptures are heavily intertwined with religious beliefs. As such, mysticism can be hard to interpret and understand, even amongst scholars and religious followers today. Furthermore, there are many individuals who can get away with calling themselves mystics or being labeled as such by other people because of mysticism's abstruse nature, and as a result, these so-called mystics give mysticism an overall bad name. Additionally, these fake mystics are almost always advocates of pseudoscience, which gives the impression that mysticism is an absurd belief, when in reality, this position could not be farther from the truth. In fact, true mysticism is deeply rooted in logic, contrary to what most people believe, but nevertheless, most people will always think of mysticism as something fantastical and as something with no value to society. Consequently, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to change people's perspective on mysticism, and as a result, to make mysticism more presentable among the population, mysticism must be reintroduced as something that is free from all of its negative connotations. Therefore, the purpose of this book is to reintroduce mysticism as Neo-Mysticism so mysticism can become more accessible to the average person, and by doing so, we will be able to apply these principles to our lives and attain the full benefits mysticism has to offer. The benefits of Neo-Mysticism. Although many of us do not realize it, Neo-Mysticism is extremely important and has the potential to change our lives for the better. For example, as stated before, there are many of us who seek a deeper meaning in life, but sadly, it seems as if nothing can provide that for us. Additionally, our current way of living is destroying the world's ecosystems and bringing about the death of millions of species. Our leaders are also corrupt, society is divided, and most of us feel as if there is no purpose to life. As a result, the state of humanity is in dire need of change if we wish to continue into the future and ensure our longevity. If we do not do so, it is likely that we will destroy ourselves and the immense potential that is humanity will sadly go to waste, but thankfully, Neo-Mysticism can resolve these issues and put us on a clear path to a better life and better society. Chapter 2. The Nature of Identity. The nature of identity is at the core of all mystical traditions, and therefore, it is essential in understanding the philosophy of Neo-Mysticism. However, despite of its significance, most of us do not have a proper understanding of identity because we intuitively believe ourselves to be a composite of our body and mind. Generally, this is not a problem, but when it comes to philosophy, our natural sense of self works against us and gives us the wrong idea regarding the true nature of identity. The problem of identity. The problem of identity has persisted for thousands of years and has been tackled by some of the greatest minds of all time, and despite of the many attempts to solve it, we have not been able to come up with a common solution that everyone can agree on. In summary, the problem of identity arises when we follow the logic of our common identity, which eventually encounters logical inconsistencies. Therefore, in this chapter, we will highlight the problem of identity and explain how we cannot be that which we commonly believe we are, and by doing so, we can rid ourselves of our false identity and correctly identify with our true self, which is essential to the practice of Neo-Mysticism. The Ship of Theseus. The Ship of Theseus is a famous thought experiment that effectively highlights the problem of identity, and although it is extremely insightful, it is much more effective if we replace the Ship of Theseus with our individual bodies. By doing so, we can directly explore our own identity instead of the ship's identity, which is more effective for our situation. Therefore, starting from small to big, let us take away one atom from our body and replace it with an identical one. Would we still be considered the same individual or someone else? Most people would answer that we are still the same because the difference is microscopic and indistinguishable to our senses, which is a fair answer, but now imagine that we replace a finger with an identical copy of itself. Would we still be the same individual or someone else? Most people would still answer yes, but if so, what would happen if we kept replacing larger body parts, like our arms or legs? Would we still be considered the same individual or someone else? Even so, most people would still conclude that they are the same individual, but what would happen if we were to replace every single body part with an identical copy of itself? Would we still be the same person or someone else? This is where the problem of identity becomes apparent, and where people begin to disagree on their answers. Ultimately, we can only conclude that we are either the same person, despite of not having any of our original body parts, or that we are no longer the same, but regardless of what we conclude, both scenarios inevitably encounter logical inconsistencies, which proves that they are both impossible. Mental identity. If we conclude that we are the original body that was constantly replenished, then we have to conclude that our bodies do not define us, but if so, what does? Most people naturally assume that our consciousness is what defines us, which makes sense because our replenished body retained our conscious experience, and therefore, that is who we are. However, if we conclude that to be so, we must also conclude that our consciousness is what ultimately defines us and not our bodies, and if so, what are the implications? Mental continuity. If our consciousness truly defines us, what happens to us when we lose awareness? Do we cease to exist, or do we go somewhere else? Also, what happens when we regain consciousness? Are we still the same person or do we become another individual? Most people would argue that we are still the same person, despite of us losing consciousness, because we eventually regain it, but the problem is that there is no way to prove that we are not someone else, and for that simple reason, the argument of mental continuity is invalid. Memory. Despite of the unprovability of mental continuity, most people would agree that we are still the same person, regardless of us losing consciousness. This is so because we still retain memory of ourselves, and therefore, by retaining our memory, we retain our identity. However, the problem of defining ourselves with memory is that we also encounter inconsistencies in the logic. For example, What happens to our identity if we lose our memories? Do we remain the same person or do we become someone else? Most people would agree that we are still the same person, despite of us losing our memory, but if so, we have to conclude that our memories do not define us. On the contrary, if we argue that we are no longer the same person, who do we become? This is where the problem of identity becomes apparent and many of us begin to disagree on our answers. As a result, assuming that our memory does define us, what happens to us if we lose our memories? This is something that we must answer because most of us lose our memories as we get older. Additionally, memory itself is not reliable and it often misinterprets the past. We also have memories of dreams, which are not real in the sense that they do not exist in the physical world, and that being so, we would have to conclude that our identity can be lost and be based in non-reality, which is a problem when it comes to a fixed, or objective identity. Furthermore, there are people who have had organ transplants and claim to experience the memories of the donor, despite of them never experiencing them firsthand. This occurs because the organs have neurons that retain the memories of the donor, and that being so, does the person who received the organs become the donor to some degree, or are they still the same person entirely? Most would agree that they are not the donor and are still the same person, regardless of them experiencing the donor's memories, but if so, we must conclude that memory does not define us, because if it did, then we would have to conclude that we are more than one individual. Additionally, in principle, we could replace our organs with other organs that belong to other people, and by doing so, we would experience the memories of all the other donors. Therefore, would that make us a composite of multiple individuals, or would we still be the same person entirely? Most of us would agree that we are still the same individual, despite of us having the memories of other people, but if so, then our memories cannot define us as individuals. On the contrary, if we conclude that our memory does define us, then we have to conclude that we are more than one individual, which doesn't resolve the problem of personal identity. Regardless of what we conclude, memory cannot define us because memory is, in essence, a specific configuration of neurons that perceive and correlate a specific image in our mind, and as a result, our identity would ultimately be boiled down to a configurations of nerve cells in our brain. Therefore, we could, in principle, create copies of our neural network and insert them into other bodies, and by doing so, these hosts would experience all of our exact memories. As a result, the specific configuration of neurons that makes up your memory cannot define us because it would also be shared by other beings, and that being so, memory cannot define our personal identity. Experience. Despite of other beings being able to share our memories, it can be argued that they did not experience them directly and therefore, it is the direct experience of them that defines who we are. If so, then we must conclude that experience is what defines us as individuals and not memory itself. However, the problem with that premise is that, in theory, there is the possibility of a multiverse, and if so, there could exist a universe where there is a different version of you who shares the same exact experiences, and if that is true, how do we define our individual identity using experience? Some of us may argue that the alternative version is not us because they share different attributes or because they are alive in another universe, but regardless of our conclusion, both arguments would signify that we are something other than experience, and therefore, the fact that experience can be shared by other beings proves that it cannot define our identity. The ego. Although experiences can be shared, it can be argued that the individual sense of self, or ego, is unique to the individual, and therefore, the ego is what defines our identity. However, the problem of identifying with the ego is that the ego is ultimately a product of our brain, which is supported by the findings of neuroscience and psychology. For instance, the brain is able to lose its sense of self, which can occur either through trauma, mind-altering substances, meditation, and so on, but regardless of the cause, when we have such an experience, it becomes self-evident that our sense of self is a sensation of the brain and not something inherent to consciousness. Additionally, there are people who suffer from multiple personality disorder, and thus, they experience multiple senses of self. As a result, if we conclude that our egos define us, then we must conclude that we can be more than one person. Although it makes sense to some degree, most people would agree that multiple personality disorder is a neurological condition, and because of that, people who suffer from it do not have multiple identities inside of them. Moreover, there are people who suffer from schizophrenia, and as a result, they perceive things that are not actually there, but according to their subjective experience, the hallucinations are indistinguishable from reality, which is supported by the findings of neuroscience. However, despite of that, most people would agree that their hallucinations are not real, regardless of their brain not being able to tell them apart from reality. But if so, how do we know that our sense of self, alike to their hallucinations, is not an illusion, or a figment of our imagination? In truth, our entire perception of reality cannot be proven as true, which is why some people argue that we might be in a simulation. Nevertheless, all sensations, which includes our sense of self, are ultimately products of the brain, and therefore, the ego does not exist from an objective point of view, which is a problem when it comes to objective identity. As a result, if we wish to identify with the ego, we need to understand that we are identifying with something that is not objectively real and with something that can cease to exist, at least temporarily. This is why Buddhists commonly teach the doctrine of anatta, i.e., no self, because they understand the subjective nature of the ego and how it doesn't exist from an objective point of view. Therefore, if the ego is non-existent, what else defines our identity? Free will. One can argue that, regardless of the ego being an illusion, we can still make conscious decisions ourselves, and as a result, our free will is what ultimately defines our identity. However, similar to our sense of self, most, if not all, evidence suggests that our free will is also a perception of the brain, and if so, free will does not exist from an objective point of view. For example, certain experiments have shown that our brain makes decisions before we become aware of them, which proves that our consciousness is not the thing making decisions for us. Furthermore, when we observe the behavior of animals, we understand that their actions are a consequence of their intrinsic nature, and as a result, they cannot act outside of their own nature. For instance, if a lion were to attack its tamer, we would not blame the lion because we understand that it is its nature to do so, but similar to the lion, we are also bound to our own human nature. If this were not so, psychology could not exist, and our behavior would be impossible to predict, which is obviously not the case. As such, all of these arguments suggest that our behavior is more deterministic than we conventionally believe. Nevertheless, regardless of the empirical evidence against free will, the logic of free will also contradicts itself, which ultimately proves that free will cannot exist, let alone define our identity. For example, if we truly have free will, we should be able to act outside of cause and effect, which is impossible unless we violate the laws of physics. Moreover, free will would also have to be random, which is impossible because randomness does not exist from an objective point of view. This is so because it is our lack of knowledge that makes something appear random and not because the object is random itself. As a result, if we were to account for all variables of any given situation, we would be able to predict its outcome to the utmost precision, which shows that randomness cannot exist. Therefore, similar to randomness, if we were to account for all of the variables involved in free will, we could, in principle, predict all of our future behavior, which would in turn prove free will is non-existent. Still, despite of the evidence against free will, some people argue that Heisenberg's uncertainty principle allows for free will, and thus, the uncertainty principle debunks determinism. However, the problem with this argument is that it is built upon a false premise and a misunderstanding of quantum physics. For example, the argument basically attributes randomness to free will, which we already showed that randomness cannot exist. Furthermore, people argue that the uncertainty principle is what gives us free will, but the problem with that is that the uncertainty principle is not a physical property of matter, but instead, an inherent limitation of our measurements. To elaborate, particles always have both position and momentum, and it is only when we measure one of them that we do so at the expense of knowing about the other. As a result, the uncertainty principle only belongs to the measurement and not to the particle itself, and therefore, the uncertainty principle does not disprove determinism. Ultimately, there is no proof that debunks or proves free will, but despite of our lack of validation, all empirical data suggests that our free will is, for the most part, deterministic, and if so, how can something that is out of our control define our identity? Mental identity debunked. In conclusion, by analyzing the arguments for mental identity, we have found that all arguments contradict themselves, and therefore, none of them can be true. For instance, the argument of mental continuity does not hold, and as a result, it is invalid. Furthermore, memories can be lost, altered, and shared, and thus, memories cannot define our personal identity. Additionally, experiences can also be shared by others, and as a consequence, experience cannot define our identity. Lastly, our ego and free will do not exist from an objective point of view, and therefore, neither of them can define our objective identity. Ultimately, if these aspects of the mind cannot solve the problem of identity, what else can do so? Bodily identity. The most common alternative to mental identity is bodily identity, which states that our bodies are what ultimately define our identity, and although it makes sense to a certain degree, the logic of bodily identity eventually contradicts itself, which proves that our bodies cannot define our personal identity. Original body parts. For example, if we assume that our bodies do define us, what happens to our identity if we replace our body parts with other things, such as prosthetics? Would we still be the same person, or would we become someone else? Most people would agree that we are still the same person, despite of us losing a body part. But what if we were to replace our entire body with artificial parts to the point where we no longer had our original body? Would we still be the same person, or would we become someone else? Most people would argue that we are still the same person because of our mental continuity, but the problem with that is that we already proved that to be false, and that being so, how do we retain our personal identity? This is where the problem of bodily identity becomes apparent, and where most people begin to disagree on their answers. Nevertheless, if we assume that our bodies do define us, we have to conclude that we are no longer the same person because we are no longer in possession of any original body parts. Therefore, what would happen if we could construct a being with all of our original body parts? Would they take on our identity, or would they be someone else? Most people would still argue that they are not us, despite of them having all of our original body parts, but the problem is that if we assume that our bodies define us, then we must conclude that they are now us, at least to some degree. Moreover, we cannot argue that our consciousness preserves our identity because we already proved the argument of mental continuity is invalid. But even if it wasn't so, the newly constructed being must also have our own consciousness because it is in possession of our brain. As a result, there would be no way to distinguish them from our original self, and by assuming that our bodies define our identity, we must conclude that the newly assembled version of us is the real us. Sequentially, what would happen to our identity if our original body parts were shared by multiple beings? For instance, let us pretend someone acquired our finger, someone else our leg, another person our face, and so on until we no longer had any of our original body parts. Would all these people become us to some degree, or would they still remain the same person entirely? If we assume that our bodies define us, then we have to conclude that they are us to some degree, but if so, what happens to our own personal identity? Do we remain the same person, or do we exist among the multiple people who have our body parts? Most people would argue that we are still the same person. But the problem is that if we assume that we are our bodies, then we cannot be the same person because we are no longer in possession of any of our original body parts. Matter. Regardless of our conclusion, there are still other problems that reveal the logical inconsistency of bodily identity. For example, if our bodies truly define us, what happens to our identity when we die? Our bodies still remain, in the sense that the matter that makes up our bodies is never destroyed. And that being so, at what point do we stop being us? For instance, most people would agree that the mummy of the pharaoh is still the pharaoh to some extent, and even when archaeologists find the remains of an ancient human, we still associate them with someone's identity. Nevertheless, our remains eventually decay into the environment and become unidentifiable, and at this point, most of us would agree that we are no longer us, but if so, at what point did we stop being us? Furthermore, we can also propose the same argument but in reverse chronological order. For example, before we were born, we can still identify ourselves inside of our mother's womb, but once we regress past this point, we are no longer identifiable. Yet, the matter that makes up our bodies still exists, and thus, at what point do we transition from matter to being us? If we assume that our bodies do define us, we must also conclude that matter is what ultimately defines our identity because it is what makes up our bodies. However, the problem with that is that if we continue to go back in time, we eventually get to a point where all matter is unified and indistinguishable from everything else, and as a result, matter cannot define our personal identity. Additionally, if we argue that we began to exist in the time of our conception, then we have to argue that it is a specific arrangement of matter that ultimately defines who we are and not matter itself. But regardless of what we choose, matter cannot define our identity. Bodily identity debunked. In conclusion, by exploring the logic of bodily identity, it becomes evident that the body cannot define our personal identity. For example, our body parts can be replaced, reused, and shared with other individuals, and thus, our individual bodies cannot define our identity. Furthermore, matter, as the substance that makes up our bodies, is also shared by all things, and as a result, matter cannot define our personal identity. Therefore, the arguments for bodily identity are inconsistent, and because of that, the body does not solve the problem of personal identity. Spiritual identity. If neither consciousness nor the body defines us, what else does? People who are religious or spiritual would likely argue that the soul is what ultimately defines our identity. This is so because the soul is central to most, if not all, spiritual teachings, and it is also of immense importance to theologians and to philosophers. Even people who are not religious or spiritual often believe that they possess a soul, which shows the prevalence of the belief. As stated before, the soul is believed to be that which gives us life and that which makes us conscious. It is also the basis of reincarnation, which is also a common belief among spiritual people. However, the problem of identifying with the soul is that there is no empirical evidence of its existence, and because of that, the soul does not define our identity. Ghosts/spirits/etc. Despite of the lack of evidence, some people argue that ghosts and spirits prove the existence of the soul, but the problem with these claims is that they also have no empirical evidence to support their existence. For example, many people claim that they have encountered ghosts, but the problem with that is that first-person accounts are not a legitimate source of evidence since they cannot be proven true. Additionally, there are ghost hunters all across the world who attempt to gather evidence of spirits, and despite of their continuous efforts, none have been able to present any legitimate evidence, which is a problem for obvious reasons. In truth, the idea of ghosts and spirits comes from our ancestors' belief that the soul could move between the physical realm and the dream world, and thus, our ancestors believed that the souls could also migrate between the afterlife and the physical world, hence the idea of ghosts and spirits. However, with the discoveries of modern science, we no longer need the soul to explain any of these things. For instance, life is sustained by the chemical energy of our bodies and not by a soul, and secondly, consciousness is a product of the brain and not a property of the soul like we used to believe. Therefore, by understanding these things for what they truly are, we no longer need the soul to explain anything, which includes our identity. Reincarnation. Despite of its lack of evidence, there are people who argue that reincarnation exists, and in turn, reincarnation proves the existence of a soul. However, alike to everything that is associated with the soul, there is no evidence that proves that reincarnation exists. Nevertheless, some people argue that the work of Ian Stevenson proves reincarnation is real, but despite of the evidence presented in Stevenson's work, there are several problems that stop it from being a legitimate form of evidence. For example, according to Stevenson, reincarnation is based on memory, which is a problem because memory is proven to be unreliable and potentially false. Furthermore, reincarnations appear to be a local phenomenon, which implies a physical process of reincarnation instead of a spiritual one. Nevertheless, assuming it is true, reincarnation probably occurs by integrating particles that belong to a deceased individual into a newly formed being. However, it is unlikely that this is so because memory, as of our current understanding, is a product of neural networks, and the chances of a healthy neuron surviving into another body is virtually impossible. The only way reincarnation could occur is if memory is simpler than we conventionally believe and consists of molecules and not nerve cells, but the problem with this premise is that there is no evidence to support this claim. Stevenson also states that reincarnated people often have moles or birthmarks where they suffered fatal wounds, but the problem with this finding is that these traits were extremely rare, even among the already rare reincarnates, which suggests that it was probably a coincidence. Additionally, most of his subjects were children, who ranged from the age of 2 to 5 years old, which is a problem because there is a high chance that the parents, or even Ian himself, pushed this beliefs onto the children. As a result, better evidence needs to be provided before Stevenson's work is considered legitimate evidence of reincarnation. To do so, we need to prove that the memories of the children are 100% theirs and not suggestions of the parents or of anyone else. We also need to document every interaction to assure that there is no deception going on. Nevertheless, even if Stevenson is proven correct, the reincarnation he is proposing is not a spiritual one and rather, a physical type of reincarnation, and therefore, the work of Ian Stevenson does not prove the existence of a soul. Spiritual identity debunked. In summary, the theory of the soul was useful to our ancestors who lacked the understanding of neuroscience and biology, but as of today, we no longer need the soul to explain any phenomena. Furthermore, despite of the millions of sightings of ghosts and spirits, there is no empirical evidence to prove their existence, and therefore, ghosts do not prove the existence of the soul. Additionally, when it comes to reincarnation, the best evidence for it suggests a type of reincarnation that does not require a soul, and thus, reincarnation does not prove the existence of the soul. As a result, because there is no evidence to support its existence, the soul cannot be what defines our identity. Qualitative identity. Another common argument for identity is the argument of qualitative identity, which basically states that our qualities, or attributes, are what define our identity. Although this argument makes sense to some degree, the logic of qualitative identity eventually contradicts itself, which shows that it cannot be true. Shared qualities. For example, one of the problems of identifying with our attributes is that attributes can be shared by others, and as a result, these attributes cannot be what define our identity. Nevertheless, most people would argue that it is our unique attributes that define our identity and not our common attributes because nobody else is in possession of them. For instance, everyone has unique fingerprints and a genetic code that differentiates them from everyone else, and by using these specific attributes as a reference, we can differentiate between separate identities. This argument is arguably the best one when it comes to personal identity because no one else shares our unique qualities, but the problem with this argument is that there is a good chance that the multiverse exists, and if it does, there must exist another reality with a version of ourselves that has the same unique qualities. If so, how would we be able to differentiate between us and them? Therefore, not even our unique qualities can define our personal identity. Mutable qualities. Additionally, we have the capacity to change our qualities over time, and if so, what happens to our identity when we do so? For example, as we age, our characteristics change in numerous ways, but despite of that, most of us would agree that we are still the same person. However, if we conclude this to be so, then we must conclude that qualities do not define our identity. On the other hand, if we assume that qualities do define our identity, then we have to conclude that we are no longer the same person because our qualities changed. For instance, if we were to get a haircut tomorrow, we would no longer be the same person because one of our qualities has changed. Nevertheless, most people would disagree and argue that we still retain our identity, despite of a change in attributes, but if so, then we must conclude that attributes themselves do not define our identity. Qualitative identity debunked. Conclusively, because qualities can be shared and altered, they cannot define our personal identity. This is so because even our unique qualities can be shared by others, if the multiverse exists, and therefore, unique attributes do not define our identity. As a result, if we chose to define ourselves with our attributes, then we must conclude that our identity is not fixed, and it changes with our qualities, which is a problem when it comes to a fixed, or permanent identity. Active identity. Some people argue that our actions are what define our identity, especially those who are keen to the ideas of success, but if so, what happens to us when we act in contradicting ways? For example, what if we act good on a consistent basis and then proceed to act evil? Do we become evil as soon as we do so, or do we still remain good? Some of us would agree that it is the consistency of our actions that define who we are and not the actions themselves, but if so, what would happen to someone who acted evil all their life and then proceeded to act good during the latter part of their life? Would they still be evil no matter what they do, or would they become good? If we conclude that the consistency of our actions define us, then we must conclude that they are evil no matter what, despite of them not acting evil anymore. Nevertheless, some people would disagree and argue that they are good because they repented and changed their behavior, but regardless of our conclusion, the problem of active identity is apparent, and this is where we begin to disagree on our answers. The case of Phineas Gage. Interestingly enough, there is a famous medical case from the 19th century that gives us a valuable insight on the nature of identity. As such, Phineas Gage, who was a 19th century railroad worker, was accidentally impaled by a large iron rod that gruesomely went up through his mouth, skull, and brain. As a result, the rod destroyed most of Phineas' left frontal lobe, which is the area of the brain that is associated with higher thinking, but despite of his horrible injury, Mr. Gage miraculously survived the ordeal. However, after his injury, Phineas' behavior started to change dramatically to the point where his friends described him as no longer Gage. This is interesting in the context of identity because, despite of knowing Phineas, his friends no longer recognized him as the same individual, and if so, what implications does that have for the nature of identity? Therefore, regardless of what his friends believed, would Phineas still be considered the same person, or did he become someone else? Most people would agree that he is still the same person, despite of his change in behavior, but if so, we must conclude that our actions do not define our identity. On the contrary, if we conclude that he is no longer the same person, like his friends did, then we must conclude that our actions are what define our identity. As a result, regardless of our conclusion, the case of Phineas Gage perfectly highlights the confusing nature of active identity. Active identity debunked. Ultimately, a major problem with active identity is that our actions are not unique, and they can be shared by other individuals, and therefore, using active identity as a reference, there is no way to differentiate between two people who share the same behavior. For example, if there are two people who are good, we cannot differentiate them by describing them as good, and to do so, we would need to take other things into consideration, like their attributes, circumstances, and so on. As a result, actions, by themselves, cannot define our personal identity. Circumstantial identity. Another argument for identity is circumstantial identity. For example, circumstances allow us to distinguish between two or more identical beings, and it is actually what resolves the primary thought experiment at the beginning of the chapter, the ship of Theseus. For instance, despite of there being two identical versions of us, the body that was constantly replenished shares all of our circumstances, and therefore, the replenished body retains our identity, and on the other hand, the new version of us, despite having all of our original body parts, underwent different circumstances, and because of that, it has a different identity. Circumstantial identity debunked. Although circumstances allow us to differentiate between identical individuals, the main problem with circumstantial identity is that, according to multiverse theory, there are other beings who share the same circumstances as us, and that being so, we cannot use circumstances to differentiate between us and other identities. Therefore, circumstances, by themselves, cannot define our personal identity, and if so, what else defines our identity? Mutable identity. An important aspect of identity that is often discussed in regard to the problem of identity is its relationship to change. For example, most people would agree that we can change our attributes and behavior to a slight degree and still retain our identity. However, the main problem with mutable identity is that it is no clear boundary that distinguishes between us and other similar beings, and as a result, how do we know when we stop being us and when we become someone else? This is where the problem of mutable identity becomes apparent and where it becomes difficult to understand. Therefore, what would happen if we were to change our attributes or circumstances to a slight degree? Would we still be the same person, or would we become someone else? Most people would agree that we are still the same person, but if so, at what point do we stop being us? For instance, our fingernails grow every day, and if we were to compare ourselves today to ourselves yesterday, we could, in principle, differentiate between the two, despite of how insignificant the difference is. As a result, we could argue that we are two different identities, but if so, we must conclude that identity is not fixed and ever-changing, which is a problem when it comes to a permanent identity. Regardless of the minor changes, most of us would disagree and argue that we are still the same person, but if so, what would happen if we kept making changes to our attributes or to our circumstances? Would we still remain the same person or would we become someone else? For instance, if the multiverse exists, there are versions of us that differ slightly by a tiny degree, and that being so, are they the same person as us, or are they different individuals? Most people would agree that we are different because we differ slightly. But if so, why do these tiny differences differentiate us from others and not from ourselves? One can argue that we retain our identity because of mental or bodily continuity, but the problem with these arguments is that we already proved their inconsistency, and therefore, our identity is not retained. As a result, if we conclude that these similar versions of us are different identities, then we must conclude that tiny changes to our attributes and circumstances also change our identity. If not, then we must conclude that other versions of ourselves are also us to some degree, which is a problem when it comes to personal identity. Furthermore, if we assume that slight changes do not change our identity, what happens if we continually make slight changes to the point where we are no longer identifiable? Would we still be the same person, or would we become someone else? If we conclude that we are no longer the same person, at what point did we stop becoming us? For example, if you could compare all the slight changes next to each other, every immediate succession would be recognizable from the last, regardless of how different the last version of us may be, and therefore, there would be no way to differentiate us from the unrecognizable version of us if we use this method, which is a problem if we wish to differentiate ourselves from other similar beings. On the contrary, if we conclude that we are still the same individual, regardless of us not being recognizable anymore, what will happen if we were to slightly change our attributes or circumstances to the point where they match someone else? Would we retain our identity, or would we take on theirs? If we conclude that we are still the same person, despite of copying someone's attributes, then there would be no way to distinguish any other identity from our own because, in principle, all identities can gradually become all others, regardless of how different they may be. As a consequence, regardless of what we conclude, there is no way to prove either argument as true or false, and therefore, the problem of mutable identity remains unsolved to this day. Defining personal identity. In summary, by analyzing the arguments of identity, it becomes clear why it has remained unsolved for thousands of years. Identities that seem rational and intuitive, like mental and bodily identity, are revealed to be logically inconsistent when further analyzed. However, despite our intuitive understanding of identity, the only way to reconcile the problem of identity is to explicitly state that we are a specific collection of attributes and circumstances. If one wishes to retain their principal identity in respect to change, we must also agree that attributes can be added and discarded to a certain extent. As a result, by defining our identity as so, we rid ourselves of all the problems that are usually associated with identity, like change. However, the major problem of defining ourselves as such is that we are essentially identifying with something that is conceptual, and anything that is conceptual does not exist from an objective point of view. Therefore, this definition does not truly solve the problem of identity because it requires us to compromise and identify with something subjective and abstract, which is arguably non-existent. Nevertheless, this does not mean that we do not exist, because we obviously do, but instead, that our identity itself is not objectively real. For example, a chair objectively exists, but the concept of a chair does not because it is, in essence, a construct of the mind, and like the chair, we also exist objectively, and it is only our identity that exists conceptually. As a result, what objectively exists is a specific configuration of energy, which ultimately defines who we are, and even so, that description is not entirely accurate because what we objectively are will always transcend our subjective and descriptive capabilities. Therefore, our personal identity only exists conceptually and not from an objective point of view. Anatta and identity. Understanding the conceptual nature of identity, there are many people who argue that there is no such thing as a personal identity, and therefore, the self does not exist. As stated before, this notion is commonly known among Buddhists as anatta, which is often described as the doctrine of no self, and at first, the concept of anatta may seem irrational, but by understanding the nature of identity, it becomes easy to understand why people would argue so. Nevertheless, regardless of its prominence in Buddhism, the problem with anatta is that we obviously exist, despite of the conceptual nature of identity, and as a result, many Buddhists try to reconcile the concept of anatta by arguing that it does not mean that there is no self, but instead, that our personal identity is not fixed, or is ever changing. Although this aspect of personal identity is true, Buddhism fails to explain what is that which is changing, which is what must ultimately define our identity. Objective identity. Objectively, that which we are is the substance that makes up our body and mind, which is what we commonly refer to as matter, or more fundamentally, as energy. This is so because energy is the fundamental substance of the universe, and that which makes up all things, including ourselves. Every fundamental particle is a different state of energy, and everything that exists can be reduced down to an aspect of energy. However, as stated before, the problem of identifying with energy is that everything is made of it, and because of that, we are identifying with something that is universal. Therefore, energy resolves the problem of objective identity but not the problem of personal identity. Conclusion. In the end, we are ultimately left with three scenarios. 1. We can choose to identify as our definition of personal identity, like most of us naturally do, but the problem with that is that we are defining ourselves as something conceptual, which doesn't exist from an objective point of view. 2. We can conclude that our identity does not exist, but the problem with that premise is that we obviously do, despite of the conceptual nature of identity. 3. We can objectively identify as energy, but the problem with that is that everything is made of energy, which doesn't resolve the problem of personal identity. Conclusively, all three options have problems that are associated with them, but despite of those problems, energy is the only one out of the three that exists with objective certainty, and therefore, energy is the best option when it comes to capturing the true essence of our identity. Mysticism and identity. As stated before, the reason we need to understand the nature of identity is because it plays a significant role in the overall practice of Neo-Mysticism, and without understanding the nature of identity, Neo-Mysticism cannot be understood. As a result, regardless of what people choose to identify as, most, if not all, mystics identify with their objective identity, i.e., the universal self, and equally, with our modern understanding of reality, we can come to the same conclusion, as we did by identifying with the universal substance of energy. Therefore, how we come to this realization is not as important, which is often debated among mystics, but as long as we do so, we can reap the same benefits of wisdom and liberation. The mystical experience. One way mystics have notoriously attained this realization is via what is known as the mystical experience. This method is the most popular among mystics, and it is often sought out by those who practice spirituality, but nevertheless, the mystical experience is important because when we have such an experience, it becomes self-evident that our sense of self is a product of the brain and not a true representation of reality. As a result, subjective meaning gradually diminishes until we experience a sense of enlightenment, for a lack of a better term, which is then accompanied by an overwhelming feeling of oneness, ecstasy, love, and understanding. When that occurs, the mystical experience can have life-altering effects on the individual, which permanently transforms our life for the better. However, despite of its immense benefits, the problem with the mystical experience is that it cannot be communicated and must be experienced to be understood. As such, many people criticize these experiences and dismiss them as spiritual nonsense, which is unfortunate because it is certainly a real phenomenon psychologists and neurologists need to study. Nevertheless, trying to explain the mystical experience to someone is like trying to explain to a colorblind person what red is. Although we could do so via our use of language, our description of red will never be able to convey the full experience of it, and because of that, the mystical experience will never be communicated properly among others. Wisdom of the self. Another way to come to the realization of the self, which is not as popular as the mystical experience and often criticized by other mystics, is by using reason and logic. The reason we can do so is because wisdom is what ultimately liberates us from our false identity and not the mystical experience itself. For instance, by experiencing the mystical experience, one realizes their universal nature, and it is not until one does so that they liberate themselves from their false identity. Therefore, wisdom of the self, which can be acquired through the mystical experience, is what ultimately liberates us from falsehood. This is why mystics, regardless of their time period, had an extensive knowledge of the sciences of their time, because they understood that the study of nature also reveals the oneness and transcendence of reality, and by understanding the nature of reality, we can realize our own universal nature and liberate ourselves from our false beliefs. Consequentially, our universal identity implies that we are all one being, which is a common idea among spiritual people. Nevertheless, the notion that we are all one is often taught throughout the mystical traditions around the world, but despite of its prevalence, many people associate the concept of oneness with New Age spirituality, which causes them to criticize it as something negative and illogical. This is a problem because it makes people believe that monism, the idea that reality is one, is an irrational belief, when in fact, it is an accurate description of reality, which is supported by the findings of modern science. The self in Neo-Mysticism. According to most mystical traditions, the realization of the self is described as a spiritual liberation, i.e., moksha, gnosis, enlightenment, because the individual is no longer bound to their personal, or false identity. However, despite of the significance of spiritual liberation, the realization of the self is only the beginning of the mystical path and far from its ultimate goal, and as a result, by properly identifying with the self, we can proceed to the next phase of Neo-Mysticism, which is to understand the fundamental nature of the self. Chapter 3. The Nature of the Self. To understand the nature of the self, one must understand the different branches of science and philosophy, like physics, metaphysics, mathematics, etc., but the problem with that is that it is extremely difficult to do so, mainly due to the complexity of the subjects. Additionally, most people are not interested in these subjects, regardless of the difficulties they contain, which is unfortunate to say the least, but thankfully, spiritual people have a natural inclination to understand reality, and that feeling is what motivates us to understand the self. However, despite of our natural tendencies, desire is not enough to do so, and one must learn to reason properly to arrive at the fundamental truth of reality. If we fail to do so, one will deviate from studying reality to studying theory, which is a problem because any theory that is not compatible with truth cannot be a correct interpretation of reality, and as a result, it is important that we learn to reason properly if we are to understand the true nature of the self. Unfortunately, it is impossible to condense the totality of the sciences into a short book, and because of that, one must study them independently on their own if we wish to attain a proper understanding of reality. This is a problem because most people do not have the time to study such complex topics, nevertheless, the time to develop a wisdom of them. Additionally, one cannot rely on authority to understand anything, because if we do not understand something ourselves, we do not understand it at all, and therefore, if we wish to attain a wisdom of the self, we have to understand the nature of reality ourselves. Therefore, in an attempt to resolve this problem, the self can be generalized into 9 terms, or properties that ultimately describe its full nature. These 9 terms were identified by deeply studying the multiple branches of science and philosophy, and by doing so, the nature of the self can be generalized into these terms: existence, substance, mind, consistency, absoluteness, totality, power, reason, transcendence. As a consequence, the purpose of this chapter is to analyze and explain each of the 9 properties so the reader can develop a general understanding of the self, and by doing so, we can proceed to the next phase of Neo-Mysticism, which will bring us closer to the final goal of the philosophy. 1. Existence. Undoubtedly, something exists, and regardless of what it is, existence, as a property of reality, cannot be refuted. For example, René Descartes, a famous 17th-century philosopher, was notoriously skeptical and doubted the reality of everything, including his wakefulness, dreams, sensations, and so on. But despite of his extreme skepticism, something that he could not refute was the existence of his thoughts. As a result, Descartes coined the term cogito, ergo sum, which is famously translated as I think, therefore, I am. Some people go even further and argue that this statement is incorrect because we cannot prove that it is us who is thinking, and therefore, the only thing we can conclude is that thinking exists. Nevertheless, despite of our conclusions, even the most extreme of skeptics cannot deny the existence of something, and therefore, existence is undoubtedly a property of reality, regardless of what reality may be. 2. Substance. Although we can prove something exists, it is uncertain what is that which exists. As a result, one can argue that existence itself is the object of existence, but the problem with that argument is that existence is a quality and not an object itself, and therefore, existence cannot be what exists. Furthermore, one can also argue that reality is the object of existence, but like existence, reality is not a thing itself but a term that describes what is real or exists. As such, the term reality does not specifically define what is real and does not need to for it to be a proper definition. This is so because reality, as a term, is not required to be a specific thing and it could be anything in principle, and as long as it is that which is real or exists, it satisfies the definition. Additionally, there are many arguments for the object of existence, but essentially, they can all be boiled down to idealism and materialism. To elaborate, idealism is the belief that reality is mental in nature, and everything can be reduced to a perception of the mind. On the contrary, materialism is the notion that reality is made of matter and is all that exists, and although both arguments have solid points, they also have many problems that are associated with them. The unlikelihood of idealism. Although these arguments are irrefutable, there are several problems with them, which makes them unlikely to be true. For instance, consciousness, or self-awareness, is a product of the brain and it cannot exist independent of it, and that being so, consciousness is not the fundamental substance of reality. Furthermore, the arguments for the irrefutability of the mind are a consequence of probability and not a property of the mind itself. For example, because there is always a probability something is as it doesn't seem, we cannot know its validity with full certainty. However, this does not prove things to be false and only that it cannot be proven true, and therefore, idealism is not absolute. In essence, these arguments assume that everything is false because there exists an infinitesimally small chance it could be so, but despite of that, there is an almost certain chance that reality exists independent of our individual consciousness, as all empirical evidence suggests. For instance, although we cannot know anything once our consciousness ceases to be, we can observe others' consciousness and when that occurs, reality still persists, which suggests that the same occurs when we perish. In conclusion, these arguments are essentially extreme forms of idealism, and although they are consistent with logic, it is unlikely that reality is purely mental. Panpsychism debunked. Nevertheless, regardless of our common sense, some people attempt to reconcile this extreme form of idealism with the notion of panpsychism, which is the belief that consciousness is a fundamental property of matter. According to panpsychism, consciousness is present throughout the universe, and therefore, reality does not exist independent of consciousness. As a result, panpsychism is popular among spiritual individuals and even among some mystics. However, the problem with panpsychism is that there is no empirical evidence of consciousness existing outside of the brain, and therefore, it is ultimately conjecture to claim it as true. Additionally, panpsychism is not entirely a form of idealism because it requires a material substance for consciousness to inhibit, and thus, even if panpsychism is true, it does not prove idealism entirely correct. Consciousness and quantum physics. Furthermore, there are people who argue that quantum physics proves consciousness is fundamental, but in truth, these arguments are flawed because they misinterpret the principles of quantum mechanics and thus, they arrive at faulty conclusions. For example, the most common argument is that our consciousness affects particles and causes them to take on a definite state, but this is not an accurate description of reality. As stated before, particles are always in a definite state and never lack position or momentum, and it is only when we measure one that we do so at the expense of knowing about the other. This is a consequence of the uncertainty principle, which is a property of the particle's wave function and not a property of matter. The wave function is a mathematical description of the particle's potential state and not the actual particle itself, so when we measure the particle, it is the wave function that takes on the measured state and not the particle itself. Ultimately, Schrödinger's equation is a mathematical description of a particle, and therefore, it is a representation of reality and not reality itself. Arguably, the main reason quantum physics is commonly misunderstood by the general population is because quantum physicists often explain that observing a particle changes its state, and thus, many people misinterpret this statement and wrongly conclude that our consciousness is what causes the particle to change, but this is not what is happening. To elaborate, when we observe a particle, we use light, and because light interacts with matter, we are ultimately observing the interaction of matter and light and not the particle before measurement. Therefore, it is impossible to observe the state of a particle without changing it. As a result, this does not mean that our consciousness affects matter, like some people wrongly claim, but that there is an inherent limitation in our methods of observation and measurement. Materialism. Contrary to idealism, there is materialism, which is the idea that matter is all that exists, and that being so, materialism seems to be the correct interpretation of reality because it agrees with the findings of modern science. For instance, if you break everything down to its fundamental level, you will arrive at the unified field, the basis and foundation of matter. According to quantum field theory, matter and the four fundamental forces are mediated by 12 fundamental particles and their antimatter counterparts, which are described as the quantized excitation of their corresponding field, e.g., the photon and the electromagnetic field. All of these forces and particles are theorized to emerge from a fundamental field, which unifies all of them as one, and therefore, all things that exist are of the same substance. Nevertheless, one can argue that physicists have yet to discover a unified field theory and therefore, it is ultimately conjecture to claim reality as one. Although this criticism is true, all evidence suggests that reality is unified, despite of our lack of a unified field theory. For example, Einstein's famous equation, E equals m.c. 2, unifies matter and energy as one, which proves that everything in the universe is energy. Furthermore, all of the emergent sciences like biology, chemistry, and physics, emerge from a fundamental principle that unifies all of them as one, and therefore, reality must be ultimately one thing, which is energy. Mind. The hard problem of consciousness. Despite all of its supporting evidence, materialism fails to explain the emergence of subjectivity, and therefore, many people argue that it cannot be a full theory of reality. As a result, the subjective experience of consciousness has baffled scientists and philosophers for centuries, hence the hard problem of consciousness, and despite of its prevalence, we do not understand how matter becomes self-aware. Pan-experientialism. There are many arguments that attempt to resolve the hard problem of consciousness, and despite of their ability to do so, there is one argument that makes a lot of sense. This argument is commonly known as pan-experientialism, which is the notion that the agency of experience is a fundamental property of matter and not of consciousness. As a result, pan-experientialism is often categorized as a form of panpsychism, but despite of their similarities, they are not the same thing. For instance, consciousness is composed of multiple components like perception, thought, and memory, unlike experience, which is essentially all pure by itself, and thus, consciousness and experience are not the same thing. Unconscious experiences. Contrary to popular belief, there is evidence that shows consciousness is not required for someone to have a mental experience. For instance, people who are in comas lack self-awareness and the ability to respond to outside stimuli, but despite of their inability to do so, they still retain some sense of experience, which is evident in the recollection of their dreams. Furthermore, people who are in vegetative states have been shown to react emotionally when they see pictures of loved ones, as if some subconscious part of them still recognizes them, and therefore, consciousness is not required to experience certain things, such as emotions and dreams. The consciousness of plants. Plants also seem to have some capacity to perceive the environment around them, despite of them not having a nervous system like us. As such, plants have been shown to react to external stimuli, similar to how we react to sound, touch, and taste. Furthermore, many plants have been shown to have some form of memory because they are able to recognize people or animals that have inflicted damage to them in the past or to other plants in their vicinity. Plants can also communicate amongst each other, and some plants have even shown the ability to count, which is remarkable for an organism that lacks a brain. Nevertheless, how certain plants perform these tasks without a nervous system is a mystery to science, but regardless of our ignorance, all evidence suggests that plants have some sense of a subjective experience, despite of them not being fully aware like us. The consciousness of cells. Bacteria and other types of cells have also been shown to exhibit signs of consciousness, despite of them not being complex organisms. For example, cells have been shown to respond to outside stimuli and they have also been shown to seek out resources as if they were conscious to some degree. However, the problem with these observations is that there is no way to prove that cells are conscious, but regardless of our inability to do so, all evidence suggests that cells do have some form of experience. Additionally, most, if not all biologists agree that cells are the smallest unit of life, and past this point, biological life ceases to exist. As a result, viruses and other molecules are not considered to be alive, despite of them showing similar behavior to living beings. For instance, viruses seek out hosts to sustain themselves and to reproduce, which is basically the same thing all living beings do. Therefore, it is possible that even viruses, which are, in essence, extraordinarily complex molecules, also have some form of experience, since all evidence suggests that you don't need a nervous system to do so. Conclusion: solving the hard problem of consciousness. As a result, if pan-experientialism is true, experience would extend down to the fundamental level of energy, and therefore, by assuming that pan-experientialism is true, we do not need to explain how subjectivity arises, because subjectivity is an inherent property of energy. However, this does not signify that energy experiences consciousness like us, because it would need a complex brain to do so. As such, the capacity to experience is not an emergent property of consciousness, like many of us assume, but rather, it is a fundamental property of energy. Therefore, consciousness is what ultimately emerges, which can be explained via the physical processes of the brain, and the agency of experience, which we intuitively refer to as the mind, is ever present and found all throughout reality. In conclusion, pan-experientialism unifies both materialism and idealism in the sense that it describes reality as both mental and material, but despite of its ability to solve the mind-body paradox, there is no proof of its validity, and therefore, we cannot regard pan-experientialism as true. Nevertheless, pan-experientialism can be experimentally tested via artificial intelligence, in the sense that if artificial intelligence can experience subjectivity, it will further suggest pan-experientialism as true. On the other hand, if artificial intelligence is devoid of subjectivity, despite of it showing signs of consciousness, then pan-experientialism would have to be false, and the hard problem of consciousness would still persist. Only time will tell if pan-experientialism is true, and if it is so, which it likely is, reality would not just be a physical substance, but a physical substance capable of experience. Consistency. The equilibrium of nature. Reality is forever in a state of dynamic equilibrium, which ultimately conserves its eternal existence. The forces that animate the universe exist in perpetual equilibrium to one another, and despite the observable changes in the universe, the net value of reality remains constant, which means that everything remains fundamentally the same. For example, when we measure the interaction of subatomic forces, we find that their properties, like charge and spin, are always conserved, and as a result, this phenomenon gives rise to quantum entanglement, which currently transcends our understanding of physics. Furthermore, every system in nature is in equilibrium with every other system, despite of their difference in magnitude. For instance, the solar system is in equilibrium with its immediate surroundings, which are concurrently in equilibrium with other larger systems, and so on. The equilibrium even extends down to the subatomic level, and as a result, every subatomic interaction plays a critical role in the overall equilibrium of reality. Additionally, biology also mirrors reality in the sense that life is dependent on a dynamic equilibrium, which is known as homeostasis, and if it is disrupted, life would inevitably perish. Ecosystems also possess a vital equilibrium that if disrupted, the ecosystem would become unstable and fall apart. Arguments against the conservation of energy. Despite of the laws of conservation, some physicists argue that energy is not always conserved, which is evident in the redshift of light traveling through space. However, there are several problems with this argument, and because of that, it is likely not an accurate description of reality. For example, there is only a loss of energy when we define energy in accordance with Newton's theorem, but when we redefine energy using the Landau-Lifshitz pseudotensor, the total energy of the system is conserved. Furthermore, some physicists argue that dark energy exceeds the supposed lost energy of light traveling through space, and as a result, there is a positive gain in the total energy of the universe. Although this appears to be true, the expansion of space is something we do not fully understand, and because of that, it would be unwise to conclude that dark energy violates the laws of conservation when every other interaction of energy has never done so. Eternity, i.e., consistency over time. By observing the interactions of matter and energy, we can conclude that energy is constant, and anything that is constant must also be eternal. This is so because something that is constant must be so for all of time, because if it wasn't, it would have to change at one point, and by doing so, its consistency would cease to exist. Therefore, the consistency of energy proves the eternal nature of reality, but despite of that proof, one can still do so by exploring the metaphysics of creation. For instance, when one explores the origins of the universe, we are ultimately left with two scenarios. 1. The universe is finite, and it emerged from an eternal cause. 2. The universe is its own cause, and therefore, eternal. As a result, in regard to the first scenario, most, if not all evidence suggests that the universe is not fundamental and therefore, it emerged from a fundamental cause. However, what most cosmologists fail to point out is that the substance that makes up the universe is eternal, and that being so, what restricts energy from being its own cause? Energy, as the primary cause, rids us from the need of a creator and allows the universe to emerge naturally as a consequence of its own nature. Nevertheless, if we assume that energy is not fundamental, we eventually encounter inconsistencies in the logic. For example, if energy is not fundamental, it must have emerged from something else, and that is a problem because if energy is truly an effect, it must have had a beginning in time, which contradicts all empirical evidence. As a consequence, it is impossible for energy to be an effect because energy is constant and therefore, energy must be its own cause. However, if we continue to assume that energy is not fundamental, we still encounter further inconsistencies in the logic. For instance, if there is something that precedes energy, then what is that which precedes energy and so on to infinity? Either the chain of causation halts at an eternal cause or the chain of causation extends back onto infinity, and therefore, regardless of scenario, both an infinite regression and an eternal cause require an eternal existence, and thus, reality must be eternal no matter what. Absoluteness. Consequentially, because the self is eternal, it must also be absolute, in the sense that it requires nothing other than itself to exist. For example, if we follow the chain of causation to its origin, we can observe that it regresses back to a fundamental cause and not to a multitude of causes, and as a result, the primary cause must be absolute. If not, it would share reality with another cause and it would not be the fundamental cause. However, if this is so, then these two objects would have to emerge from a more fundamental cause, which would then in turn have to be absolute. If not, these two objects would exist independent of each other, and they would behave as if they were absolute because no interaction between them would take place. Therefore, regardless of scenario, an absolute cause is required to manifest reality. Furthermore, reality as a whole must be absolute because nothing can exist independent of reality. For example, all things, despite of their ability or inability to interact with each other, are a part of a larger whole, which must exist independent of everything else. If something were to exist separate from our reality, both our reality and the other reality would be part of a larger whole, which must be absolute. As such, no matter the circumstances, reality, as a whole, must be absolute. Totality. As previously stated, if we break things down to their most fundamental level, we arrive at the basis and foundation of reality, the unified field. Everything in the universe is a form of energy, e.g., light, matter, mind, and everything is substantially the same thing. As such, the full complexity of the self is a consequence of its fundamental essence, and as the self actualizes its potential, it never ceases to be that which it is in substance. Additionally, all phenomena are tethered to its cause by the chain of cause and effect, which ultimately relates all things to one another. As a result, there exists nothing that is not the self. Furthermore, the perceived distinctions of reality exist only conceptually and not from an objective point of view, and therefore, everything that exists is ultimately a configuration of energy. As such, distinctions are purely conceptual and do not exist from an objective point of view, and therefore, energy is all that exists. Power. Because all of its phenomena can be reduced down to the interactions of energy, reality must be energy-based. For example, light is a specific type of kinetic energy, and matter is a form of potential energy, which both make up the entirety of the physical universe. Even dark matter and dark energy, which are currently unknown to us, must also consists of energy because we can observe the gravitational effects of dark matter and the expansive effects of dark energy. Furthermore, possibility, which is also a form of potential, must also be a form of energy because the actualization of potential manifests as something actual, which is in a form of kinetic energy. As a consequence, reality must be all-powerful in all the possibilities that exists. Nevertheless, because the self is all-powerful, it does not mean that it is infinitely powerful, as many mystics and theologians claim. This is so because infinite power is contradictory by nature, and because of that, it cannot exist. For instance, if the self is infinitely powerful, it should be able to create to an object that it cannot destroy, but if so, then the self is not infinitely powerful because it cannot destroy something. On the other hand, if the self cannot create something that it cannot destroy, then it is not infinitely powerful because there's something that it cannot do. Either way, both scenarios prove that infinite power is impossible, and because of that, infinite power does not exist. Reason. How and why reality exists is a mystery, but what is certain is that it exists in accordance with reason. This is so because reason is the fundamental order of reality and what allows everything to exist. The nature of reason reflects a perfect logic, and when we reason correctly, our reasoning mimics the nature of reality. However, despite of the familiarity of logic, its ontological origins are unknown, and because of that, reason has been the topic of debate for thousands of years. The argument of intelligent design. One of the most popular arguments for the origin of reason is the argument of intelligent design, which is popular among spiritual and religious individuals. The argument states that reality was designed by an all-knowing creator, which explains the order present throughout reality. As a result, the most common reason people believe in intelligent design is because there is apparent order throughout the universe, and because of that, many of us assume that reality must have been designed by a creator. Otherwise, how can order arise naturally without the intentions of a creator? Although the argument makes sense at first glance, the idea of intelligent design is ultimately flawed and not an accurate description of reality. As such, there is a large amount of evidence against intelligent design, which includes the physiology of many species such as our own. For instance, as humans, a fertilized egg can become implanted into the wrong area, which is known as an ectopic pregnancy, and prior to modern surgery, it guaranteed the death of both the mother and baby. Moreover, babiruses, a species of wild pig, are famous for having tusks that grow until they impale the skull, resulting in death. Furthermore, hyenas give birth through a tiny pseudo-penis that often kills both the mother and the baby. These are just a few of hundreds of examples of poor design, which virtually disprove the notion of an intelligent creator. The fine-tuning argument. Another argument for intelligent design is the argument of fine-tuning, which states that the dimensionless constants were purposely set at specific values so the universe can exist. These universal constants, like the fine structure constant, are described as dimensionless because they have no physical dimensions, like time, mass, and length, associated with them. As a result, these dimensionless constants can be expressed purely as numerical values, and if they were to have a different value, our reality would behave entirely different and would probably not exist. For example, lambda, which is famously known as the cosmological constant, is in essence responsible for the expansion of space, and if it were to have a different value by any factor larger than 10 to the power of minus 120, which is an overwhelmingly small number, gravity would overpower dark energy and the universe would not exist. To put that number into perspective, the size difference between an atom and the observable universe is in the magnitude of 10 to the power of 40, which isn't even half of 10 to the power of 120. As such, our intelligence cannot even comprehend the immensity of that number, which shows how remarkably fine-tuned the universe is. Nevertheless, despite of the obvious fine-tuning, we do not understand why the dimensionless constants have those specific values, and therefore, it is ultimately an assumption to argue that they are so because of intelligent design. In truth, it is likely that they exist due to natural reasons like everything else and not because of an intelligent creator. For example, in the past, we thought of natural phenomena, like the movement of planets, in supernatural ways, but in the end, it always turned out to be because of natural causes, and as a result, it is likely, and almost certain, that the fine-tuning problem has a natural explanation. The predetermined nature of reason. By studying the nature of reason, it becomes clear that reason is mostly, if not entirely, predetermined. For example, the infinite complexity of mathematics emerges naturally from a set of fundamental axioms, and as a result, the entirety of mathematics exists without the need of a conscious creator. The same occurs when we program simulations and allow them to act over time. By programming simple rules into the program, the algorithm produces an incredible amount of complexity, such as in Conway's game of life. Therefore, all of this suggests that from simple principles, complexity arises without the need of a conscious creator, which is likely what occurs in reality. Logical consistency. Despite of the natural complexity of reality, one can argue that the axioms of logic are not predetermined, and as a result, a conscious creator could have set them differently. However, the problem with that argument is that when we attempt to do so, we find that there is an underlying consistency that is already present and must be conserved, and this underlying consistency is what allows the axioms to produce complexity. For instance, if we state that 1 plus 1 equals 3, we find that it is inconsistent with conventional logic, but if we reconfigure the axioms of logic around that specific statement, the underlying consistency would be conserved, and the system would be allowed to exist. As a result, regardless of the axioms, the underlying consistency of logic is more fundamental, and thus, axioms do not establish the fundamental nature of reality. Transcendence. The transcendental nature of truth. Our axiomatic reasoning has yielded incredible results, which is evident in the achievements of science and civilization, but despite of its practicality, our methods of reasoning are ultimately based on faith, which is a problem to many people. To elaborate, Kurt Gödel proved in 1931, via his incompleteness theorems, that there are true statements that cannot be proven true within the system of mathematics, and therefore, mathematics is either incomplete or inconsistent. At first, the theorem may seem insignificant, relative to conventional knowledge, but when one realizes that logic is, in essence, a mathematical system, one must question the validity of our knowledge, which is mostly based in logic. This shook the foundation of philosophy and mathematics because Gödel proved that our knowledge is ultimately based on faith and therefore, there is a chance that everything we know is incorrect. The only way to reconcile this crisis is to assume that the axioms of logic are true, and as such, the system is incomplete. If not, we must conclude that logic is inconsistent and therefore, all logical knowledge cannot be proven true. The shortcomings of empiricism. Despite of the implications of Gödel's incompleteness theorems, most people would agree that axioms, like 1 plus 1 equals 2, are self-evident and they do not need any further proofs. However, besides being self-evident, there is no way to prove them as true, regardless of their logical consistency and experimental repeatability. This is because there is a slight chance that suddenly in the next moment, 1 plus 1 could equal any other number and in principle, one would have to observe something an infinite number of times to prove it as true. Therefore, it is impossible to prove something via observation because it is impossible to reach infinity. The transcendental nature of mathematics. There are mathematical objects that transcend physicality, in the sense that they cannot exist in the physical world. For example, some people argue that circles do not exist because if we were to zoom in on the circumference of any physical circle, we would find that it is made of individual atoms and its circumference is not continuous, which needs to be if it is a true circle. Therefore, regardless of how close it is to a perfect circle, it is impossible for a true circle to exist physically. However, although this statement is true in a mathematical sense, we still find approximations of circles and spheres all throughout nature, and thus, one can argue that mathematical objects exist in a metaphysical sense, similar to Plato's world of forms. If this were not so, we would not be able to study their properties and apply them to real-world scenarios, like we do so in engineering. As a result, there are aspects of reality that transcend the physical world, which proves that the self is transcendental to some degree. The transcendental nature of causation. When we break things down to their fundamental level, we find that all phenomena converge back to a fundamental cause, which must exist independent of causation. This is so because causation is similar to the problem of creation, in the sense that it either regresses back to an eternal cause, or it goes on forever in an infinite regression of cause and effect. As such, regardless of the scenario, reality must be infinite in some sense, and therefore, the source of reality transcends time and causation. The self and transcendence. Ultimately, nothing is transcendental relative to the self because the self is all that exists, and thus, all things, including those that transcend the physical world and our understanding, are a part of the self. As such, the self is only transcendental relative to our understanding and relative to spacetime, and because of that, we cannot know the self in its totality, and therefore, there will always be aspects of the self that transcend our perception and our understanding. Summary. In conclusion, by understanding the fundamental nature of reality, i.e., the self, reality can be generalized into these 9 terms: existence, substance, mind, consistency, absoluteness, totality, power, reason, transcendence. In short, the self is that which exists, existence. It is the fundamental substance of reality, energy, and capable of experience, mind. It is constant and eternal, consistency, and exists independent of anything else, absoluteness. It is all that exists, totality, and all that is possible, power. It is the fundamental order of reality, reason, and that which transcends our understanding, transcendence. This is the full nature of reality, i.e., the self, and by understanding these 9 properties, we can develop a proper understanding of the self, which is the ultimate foundation of Neo-Mysticism. As one may notice, this description of the self is almost, if not identical, to the mystical description of God, which is in essence, that which the self is. To Neo-Mysticism, the self is identical to God, but unlike other religions, Neo-Mysticism does not worship the self because no matter how close our model is to reality, the self transcends all concepts, and therefore, any concept of the self cannot be the self in principle. As such, it is incorrect to worship anything as the self, which is why most mystics take on the apophatic approach and negate all things as God. Nevertheless, whether the self can be worshipped or not, by understanding the nature of the self, we can proceed to the next phase of Neo-Mysticism, and by doing so, we will be one step closer to the final goal of the philosophy. Chapter 4. The Measure of Divinity. We, as humans, have the capability to conceptualize reality and divide it into separate parts, which further allows us to identify and define concepts as their own thing. This then allows us to compare concepts with each other, which we do so by associating and differentiating them with other things. Therefore, by comparing things with each other, we can measure the similarity and differences of things. This is important when it comes to Neo-Mysticism, because by comparing the self to other things, we can measure their divinity, or their likeness to the self, which plays a vital role in the overall practice of Neo-Mysticism. As a result, the more alike something is to the self, the more divine it is. Semantics. To aid us in the measuring of divinity, we can use a branch of linguistics, known as semantics, which studies the meaning and relationship of words. Semantics is important because its use is extremely insightful when it comes to identifying the relationships of different things. For instance, the color red is semantically related to blood and strawberries because they both share the quality of red, and although many words are obviously related, semantics also relates words that hardly appear to be so. For example, balance and stillness are semantically related because when something is perfectly balanced, it remains still as long as it remains so. As a result, the purpose of this chapter is to analyze each individual property of the self with the use of semantics to further identify qualities that express divinity, and by doing so, our measurements of divinity can become more precise, which will aid us significantly in the next phase of Neo-Mysticism. Existence. Existence is semantically related to the following words: reality, truth, being, life. Existence is related to reality and truth because if something exists, it is also real, and if something is real, it is also true, and therefore, anything that is real, or true, expresses divinity to a certain degree. Being is also a divine quality because it is the act of existing, and because of that, anything that is being, or existing, is also divine to a certain extent. Life can also be related to existence because when something is no longer alive, we often describe them as no longer existing, and therefore, life expresses existence to some degree. Substance. Substance is semantically related to the following words: material/stuff, matter/energy, foundation/base, essence, nature, necessity. Substance is often used as synonymous to material, or stuff, which is proof of the obvious relationship between the words, and thus, anything that consists of substance, or material, is divine to a certain degree. Moreover, matter/energy is the fundamental substance of reality and the foundation of all things, and therefore, anything that is made of energy expresses divinity to a certain extent. Additionally, because energy is the fundamental substance of reality, the more fundamental something is, the more divine it is. For example, an atom is more fundamental than a molecule, in most cases, and therefore, an atom is more divine than a molecule in the context of fundamentality. Furthermore, essence is often used as a synonym of substance, especially when it comes to metaphysics, and as a result, essence expresses divinity to some degree. Additionally, essence can also be described as the fundamental nature of something, and because of that, nature is also a form of divinity. Lastly, without substance, or essence, nothing can exist, and thus, necessity expresses substance to some extent. This is also evident in terms like substantiality and essentiality, which are synonyms of each other, and as a result, the more necessary something is, the more divine it is. Mind. Mind is semantically related to the following words: experience, subjectivity, feeling/perception, consciousness/awareness, knowledge, intelligence, wisdom. Via the mind is how we can come to experience the world and our sense of subjectivity, and as a result, experience and subjectivity expresses divinity to a certain degree. Additionally, via the mind is how we feel and perceive the world, and therefore, feeling and perception also express divinity to some extent. Furthermore, via the mind is how we experience consciousness, or awareness, of ourselves, and because of that, consciousness expresses divinity to some degree. Knowledge is also related to the mind because only via awareness can we come to know anything at all, and thus, knowledge expresses divinity to a certain extent. Moreover, intelligence, or the capacity to understand, allows us to become wiser, and therefore, intelligence and wisdom express divinity to some degree. Consistency. Consistency is semantically related to the following words: eternity, continuity, symmetry/equality/uniformity, equilibrium/balance, stability, passivity/stillness. Eternity is, in essence, consistency over time, and therefore, eternity expresses divinity to some degree. However, the problem with eternity is that temporal objects cannot be eternal, but despite of that limitation, temporal objects can still approximate eternity via their longevity, which is a form of temporal continuity. Therefore, something with a longer existence is more divine than something with a shorter existence. Furthermore, continuity is also expressed physically in the form of size. For instance, a galaxy occupies more space and matter than a star cluster, and because of that, a galaxy is more divine than a star cluster relative to size. As a result, the more continuous an object is, the more divine it is. Symmetry is also synonymous to consistency, and therefore, symmetry expresses divinity to some extent. As such, the more symmetrical something is, the more divine it is. For example, a sphere is more symmetrical than an ambiguous rock, and therefore, a sphere is more divine than a rock in the context of symmetry. Symmetry is also synonymous to equality and uniformity, and because of that, objects that remain uniform throughout their entirety are divine to some degree. For instance, a large body of water, like an ocean, is more uniform than the layout of a city, which consists of multiple buildings and streets, and therefore, the ocean is more divine than a city in the context of uniformity. Balance and equilibrium also express consistency because when things are balanced, they are equal to some degree, and as a result, the more balanced something is, the more divine it is. Additionally, there is a correlation between balance and stability, and therefore, the more balanced something is, the more stable it is, and vice versa. For example, if a pillar is unbalanced, it will be unstable and it will not stand, but if it is perfectly balanced, it will be stable and able to stand upright. As such, the more stable something is, the more divine it is. For instance, a stable household is more likely to persist than a dysfunctional household, and because of that, the stable household is more divine in the context of stability. Lastly, when objects are balanced, they are passive, or at rest, and therefore, stillness expresses divinity to some degree. As a result, the more passive something is, the more divine it is. To elaborate, a calm and sunny day is more passive than a stormy day, and therefore, the sunny day is more divine than the stormy day relative to passivity. Absoluteness. Absoluteness is semantically related to the following words: independence, freedom/liberty, pureness, oneness, simplicity. Something that is absolute exists independent of anything else, and therefore, independence expresses divinity to a certain degree. As a result, the more independent something is, the more divine it is. For instance, a fully grown tiger is no longer dependent on its mother for survival, and because of that, an adult tiger is more divine than a cub in the context of independence. Furthermore, freedom, or liberty, also expresses independence to a certain degree, and as a consequence, freedom and liberty are divine to a certain extent. As such, the freer something is, the more divine it is. For example, a person who is free is more divine than a prisoner, and therefore, a free person is more divine than a prisoner relative to liberty. Pureness also expresses absoluteness to a certain extent because something that is pure exists independent of foreign things, and therefore, pureness expresses divinity to some degree. As such, the purer something is, the more divine it is. For example, distilled water is more divine than tap water because tap water is full of impurities, and thus, distilled water is more divine than tap water in the context of purity. Additionally, something that is absolute exists by itself, and therefore, that which is absolute must also be simplex, i.e., one. As a result, oneness expresses divinity to a certain extent. However, the problem with oneness is that the self is the only thing that can be simplex, but despite of that implication, things can still approximate oneness via their simplicity, and therefore, the simpler something is, the more divine it is. For instance, hydrogen is simpler than a water molecule, and because of that, hydrogen is more divine than water in the context of simplicity. Totality. Totality is semantically related to the following words: wholeness/entirety, completeness, unity. The self is the totality of all that exists, and therefore, wholeness expresses divinity to a certain degree. However, the problem with wholeness is that only the self can be whole, or complete, but despite of that fact, things can still approximate wholeness by occupying larger parts of the whole, and therefore, the more of the whole something is, the more divine it is. To elaborate, the universe, being all that is actual, consists more of the whole than a galaxy, and therefore, the universe is more divine than a galaxy relative to the whole. Moreover, something that is whole can also be described as complete, and thus, the more complete something is, the more divine it is. For instance, a cocoon is more complete than a caterpillar, and because of that, the cocoon is more divine than the caterpillar when it comes to completeness. Additionally, the self's totality can also be described as the unity of all things, and as a result, unity expresses divinity to some extent. As such, the more unified something is, the more divine it is. For example, the standard model of particle physics unifies our understanding of physics better than our previous models, and therefore, the standard model is more divine than our previous models in reference to unity. Power. Power is semantically related to the following words: capacity/possibility/potential, energy/force/momentum, strength, influence. The self is capable of all possibilities, and therefore, anything that is capable of anything, is divine to some degree. As a result, the more capable something is, the more divine it is. For instance, a living organism is more capable than a rock, and therefore, the living organism is more divine than the rock in the context of ability. Furthermore, potential is also an expression of power, which is evident in terms like potential energy, and because of that, potential expresses divinity to a certain extent. As such, The more potential something has, the more divine it is. For example, a living organism has more potential than a rock, and therefore, a living organism is more divine than a rock when it comes to potentiality. Moreover, energy, force, and momentum are also expressions of power, and therefore, energy, force, and momentum express divinity to some degree. As a result, the more energy something has, the more divine it is. To elaborate, a solar flare is more powerful than a meteor shower, and therefore, a solar flare is more divine in the context of energy. Furthermore, strength is also an expression of power, and as a result, the stronger something is, the more divine it is. For example, a bear has more strength than a cat, and therefore, a bear is more divine than a cat in reference to strength. Additionally, influence is also an expression of power, and because of that, the more influence something has, the more divine it is. For instance, the black hole at the center of our galaxy, also known as Sagittarius A, has a greater influence over its surroundings than the Sun, and therefore, Sagittarius A is more divine than the Sun in the context of influence. Reason. Reason is semantically related to the following words: logic/rationality, order/organization. When we reason properly, we follow a perfect logic, and as a result, logic expresses divinity to a certain degree. Therefore, the more logical or rational something is, the more divine it is. For example, a human is more rational than a dog, and therefore, humans are more divine than dogs when it comes to rationality. Furthermore, reason also expresses order because reason organizes all things into a unified whole, and because of that, order, or organization, expresses divinity to some degree. As such, the more ordered, or organized, something is, the more divine it is. For instance, a solid is more ordered than a gas, and therefore, solids are more divine than gases relative to order. Transcendence. Transcendence is semantically related to the following words: indefiniteness, infinity. There are aspects of the self that transcend other aspects of itself, like spacetime and reason, and therefore, anything that is transcendental expresses divinity to a certain degree. As a result, the more transcendental something is, the more divine it is. For example, a circle, which cannot fully exist in the physical world, is more transcendental than a square, and thus, the circle is more divine than the square in the context of transcendence. Furthermore, something that is indefinite transcends knowledge and measurement, and because of that indefiniteness express divinity to a certain degree. However, unlike most qualities, indefiniteness cannot be compared to anything else, and therefore, indefiniteness cannot be measured. As a result, because the self is eternal, or infinite relative to time, infinity expresses divinity to a certain extent, and although infinity cannot exist physically, it can still be expressed in certain ways. For instance, the Mandelbrot set and the Koch snowflake are two famous fractals that have an infinite perimeter but a finite area, and therefore, they are divine to a certain degree. As such, something that is infinite is more divine than something that is finite. For example, the natural numbers, which extend to infinity, will always be greater than the total number of atoms in the universe, regardless of how many there is, and because of that, the natural numbers are more divine than the number of atoms in the universe relative to infinity. Summary. In summary, by analyzing the semantics of all 9 properties of the self, we were able to derive the following list of divine attributes: existence, reality/truth, being, life, substance, material/stuff, matter/energy, foundation/base, essence/nature, necessity, mind, subjectivity, experience, feeling/perception, consciousness/awareness, knowledge, intelligence, wisdom, consistency, eternity, longevity/continuity, symmetry/equality/uniformity, equilibrium/balance, stability, passivity/stillness, absoluteness, independence, freedom/liberty, pureness, oneness, simplicity, totality, wholeness, completeness, unity, power, capacity/possibility/potential, energy/force/momentum, strength, influence, reason, logic/rationality, order/organization, ratio/relationship, structure, transcendence, indefiniteness, infinity, measuring divinity. All of these attributes express divinity to some degree, and therefore, all of these attributes can be described as divine qualities. As such, the more of these attributes something has, the more divine it is, and by having an understanding of what divinity is, we can measure the divinity of any given thing. As a result, to measure divinity, we have to see how many divine qualities they possess, and by doing so, we can quantify their divinity to some extent. For example, let us compare two distinct objects, a cube and a tiger, to figure out which one of them is more divine than the other. To commence, both the cube and the tiger exist, and therefore, both of them are divine in the context of existence. In the context of substantiality, the cube is more fundamental than a tiger, and thus, the cube is more divine than the tiger. When it comes to the mind, the cube is not sentient, unlike the tiger, and as a result, the tiger is more divine than the cube. In reference to consistency, the cube is more symmetrical than a tiger, and because of that, the cube is more divine. Regarding absoluteness, the cube is simpler than a tiger, and therefore, the cube is more divine than the tiger. In the context of totality, the tiger encompasses more aspects of the whole, and thus, the tiger is more divine than the cube. In reference to power, the tiger is more capable than a cube, and as a result, the tiger is more divine than a cube. Regarding reason, the tiger has the capacity to reason, unlike a cube, and because of that, the tiger is more divine than a cube, and lastly, in the context of transcendence, neither of them have transcendental qualities, and therefore, none of them are more divine than the other. In conclusion, the tiger possesses more divine attributes than the cube, 5-4, and because of that, we can conclude that the tiger is overall more divine than a cube. In conclusion, by following this method, we can measure and compare the divinity of any given thing, which is important when it comes to the practice of Neo-Mysticism, because by being able to do so, we can measure our own divinity, and that allows us to advance to the next phase of Neo-Mysticism, which is arguably the most important of them all, the purification of the self. Chapter 5. The Purification of the Self. To attain unity with God is the ultimate goal of all mystical traditions, and that makes Neo-Mysticism no different than the rest. As a result, the means by which the Neo-Mystic attains unity with God, i.e., the self, is via the process of self-purification. However, to describe this process as a union is not entirely correct, because everything is already one with the self, and therefore, it is impossible to attain unity with something that is already one. For that simple reason, Neo-Mysticism does not refer to this process as a unification, but rather, as a purification, which is a more accurate description of the practice. As such, regardless of what we call it, the purification of the self is undoubtedly the most important practice of Neo-Mysticism, because it is the means by which we attain the ultimate goal of Neo-Mysticism. In principle, the process of self-purification begins by identifying as many divine attributes as possible so we can incorporate them into our being, and by increasing the number of divine attributes we possess, we purify ourselves from non-divinity and become more like the self. As a consequence, by incorporating the list of divine attributes from the previous chapter into our being, we begin the process of self-purification, but the problem with those attributes is that they are not specifically intended to measure the divinity of an individual person, and because of that, it is better to use another set of divine attributes that are better suited for measuring the divinity of individual people. Therefore, the purpose of this chapter is to reanalyze the 9 properties of the self so we can identify better attributes that are more fitting for the individual, and by doing so, the process of self-purification can become easier to complete. Existence. Existence is semantically related to the following words: truthfulness/honesty/authenticity, life, vitality/health. When we are truthful, we express that which exists, and therefore, truth expresses divinity. As a result, the more truthful we are, the more divine we become. As such, words that are synonymous to truthfulness, like honesty, authenticity, etc., are equally divine. Furthermore, life is also a form of being, or existence, and because of that, life is a divine quality. Therefore, because we are alive, we are divine to a certain degree. Additionally, the more health, or vitality, we possess, the more alive we are, and as a result, health expresses divinity to some extent. To elaborate, when someone loses their vitality, they become ill, and if they remain ill for long enough, the individual will eventually perish, or cease to exist. Substance. Substance is semantically related to the following words: necessity, efficiency/moderation. Anything that is necessary expresses fundamentality to a certain degree, and therefore, necessity expresses divinity to some extent. As such, the more necessary something is, the more divine it is. For example, as individuals, we can incorporate necessity into our being by only doing that which is necessary and not participating in unnecessary things. Furthermore, efficiency also expresses some form of necessity, because when someone is efficient, they do as much as possible with as little as possible, and thus, using only what is necessary. Therefore, efficiency is a divine quality, and as a result, the more efficient we are, the more divine we become. Mind. Mind is semantically related to the following words: experience, awareness/knowledge, wisdom. Via the mind is how we experience the world, and therefore, the more experience we attain, the more divine we become. For instance, as we grow older, we experience more things, and therefore, an adult is more divine than an infant. Furthermore, via the mind is how we become aware, or know about things, and because of that, the more aware, or knowledgeable we are, the more divine we become. Additionally, the more knowledgeable we are, the wiser we become, and concurrently, the wiser we are, the more divine we become. For example, an expert is more knowledgeable, or wiser, than a beginner, and because of that, an expert is more divine than a student relative to wisdom. Consistency. Consistency is semantically related to the following words: integrity, balance, stability, peace/serenity, justice. By displaying integrity, we express some form of consistency because we remain consistent relative to our values, and therefore, the more integrous we are, the more divine we become. Furthermore, balance is also a form of consistency, and therefore, the more balanced we are, the more divine we become. As such, by balancing the many components of our lives, like work, diet, relationships, etc., we express divinity to a higher degree. Additionally, stability is also another form of consistency, and thus, the more stable we are, the more divine we become. Therefore, to express stability, we need to stabilize our household, income, resources, relationships, and so on, and by doing so, we attain a higher divinity. Peace is also a form of consistency because when something is stable, or balanced, it is also passive, which can be described as peaceful to a certain extent. Therefore, the more peaceful we are, the more divine we become, and as individuals, we can express passivity by being calm, peaceful, serene, tranquil, etc. Furthermore, justice is also another expression of consistency because justice is a form of equilibrium. For instance, justice can be described as the balance of right and wrong, and therefore, justice expresses an aspect of divinity. As a result, the more just we are, the more divine we become. Absoluteness. Absoluteness is expressed in the following words: independence, freedom/liberty, pureness, simplicity. Independence expresses absoluteness because something that is absolute exists independent of anything else, and therefore, the more independent we are, the more divine we become. As such, to be independent, we must try to do as much as we can by ourselves and not rely on the help of others unless it is absolutely necessary, and by doing so, we become more independent and more divine. Moreover, freedom, or liberty, are also expressions of absolute because the freer something is, the more independent it is, and therefore, the freer we are, the more divine we become. As a result, anything that is free expresses divinity to some degree. For example, a bird that is free to roam the earth has more freedom than a caged bird, and therefore, the free bird is more divine. Pureness is also related to absoluteness because something that is pure exists by itself, and thus, the purer we are, the more divine we become. However, the problem with the concept of purity is that purity is hard to define, and as a consequence, there are many interpretations of the word purity that could mean other things. As such, when we refer to purity, we are referring to the fundamental nature of the self, and therefore, by practicing self-purification, we become purer and increase our divinity. Furthermore, anything that is absolute must exist by itself, and because of that, oneness is also a form of absoluteness. However, the problem with oneness, as stated before, is that the self is the only thing that can be truly one, or simplex, and therefore, it is impossible for the individual to attain oneness, but regardless of that limitation, we can still approximate oneness via simplicity because the simpler something is, the closer it is to being simplex. As such, the simpler we are, the more divine we become. Totality. Totality is semantically related to the following words: commonality/universality, unity, consideration, selflessness, fulfillment. Something that is common, or more specifically universal, encompasses totality to some degree, and thus, the more common, or universal we are, the more divine we become. As a result, to increase our commonality, we can learn to speak other languages to connect with a larger amount of people, which makes us more universal to a certain degree. Furthermore, unity also expresses totality because something that is unified takes on a larger aspect of the whole, and therefore, the more united we are, the more divine we become. As such, to become more united, we need to live our lives in unity with our family, neighbors, community, society, nature, and so on, and by doing so, we express divinity to a higher degree. Additionally, when we are considerate, we take into consideration a larger amount of the whole, and therefore, the more considerate we are, the more divine we become. For example, someone who is considerate of their surroundings is more aware of than someone who does not consider their surroundings at all, and because of that, a person who is considerate is more divine than someone who isn't. Moreover, selflessness is also an expression of totality because by being selfless, we care for a larger aspect of the whole, and as a result, selflessness also expresses divinity to a certain degree. For instance, a family member who looks out for the entire family is more selfless than someone who only cares about themselves, and thus, the person who is selfless is more divine than the one who isn't. As such, the more selfless we are, the more divine we become. Finally, another quality that expresses totality is fulfillment because when something is fulfilled, or complete, it is at its full capacity, and therefore, the more fulfilled we are, the more divine we become. As a consequence, by being fulfilled, we no longer need anything, and because of that, we become complete and concurrently more divine. Power. Power is semantically related to the following words: capacity/potential, actuality/creation, strength, influence. If something is capable of something, regardless of what it is, it must have the power to do so, and therefore, capacity expresses divinity to some degree. As a result, the more capable we are, the more divine we become, and as such, to become more capable, we can develop new skills, or abilities, regardless of what they are. Furthermore, potential is also a form of power because if something has the potential to do something, it must also have the power to do so, and therefore, potential is also a form of divinity. As such, the more potential we possess, the more divine we become. However, the problem with potential is that it cannot be further developed in the sense that we already possess all the potential that is fundamentally associated with us. For instance, as soon as we are born, all of our latent potential is already present, and everything we do to increase our potential is ultimately a realization of that potential. As such, potential is a divine quality that cannot be further developed. Additionally, when we actualize our potential, we are converting potential energy to kinetic energy, and therefore, Actualization expresses divinity to a certain degree. As such, the more we actualize, or create, the more divine we become. For instance, someone who studies and practices their craft for decades eventually become masters, and as a result, they are able to actualize, or create, more things than the average person. Because of that, the master is more divine than someone who lacks the skill to actualize their creative potential. Moreover, strength is also a form of power because the stronger we are, the more power we possess, and thus, strength expresses divinity to a certain degree. As a consequence, the stronger we are, the more divine we become, and by strengthening all aspects of ourselves, like body and mind, we express divinity to a higher degree. Continually, influence is also another form of power because by having influence over any given thing, we have a form of power over them, and therefore, influence expresses divinity to a certain degree. As such, the more influential we are, the more divine we become. For example, the United States of America is arguably the most influential country in the world, and because of that, the United States is more divine than any other country in the context of influence. Reason. Reason is semantically related to the following words: logic/rationality, order/organization, courtesy/politeness/respect. Logic mirrors the nature of reason, and when we reason adequately, we express divinity to a higher degree, and therefore, the more logical we are, the more divine we become. For instance, someone who is rational is more divine than someone who is foolish and illogical because they think and act in accordance with reason, unlike the alternative, who barely reasons at all. Additionally, reason orders, or organizes, reality into existence, and therefore, order expresses divinity to some extent. As such, the more ordered, or organized, we are, the more divine we become. For example, someone who is organized and plans accordingly is more ordered than someone who is messy and inconsiderate, and as a result, the organized person is more divine. Moreover, society also expresses order when people are courteous and respectful to each other, and because of that, courtesy expresses divinity to some degree. As a result, the more courteous we are, the more divine we become. For example, a group of people who are courteous behave more orderly than a group of people who constantly disrespect each other, and therefore, people who are courteous are more divine than someone who is rude and disrespectful. Transcendence. Although the self transcends certain aspects of reality, it is impossible to incorporate qualities that are transcendental due to the fact that they would not be transcendental if we could attain them, and therefore, transcendence is forever beyond our reach. Summary. In conclusion, by analyzing the semantics of all 9 properties of the self, we can derive a list of divine attributes that are specifically suited for the individual practice of self-purification. As such, the list is as follows: existence, truthfulness/honesty/authenticity, etc. Life, health/vitality, substance, necessity/essentiality/substantiality, efficiency, mind, experience, awareness/knowledge/perception, wisdom, consistency, integrity, balance, stability, peace/passiveness/serenity, justice, absoluteness, independence, freedom/liberty, pureness, simplicity, totality, commonality/universality, unity, consideration, selflessness, fulfillment/completeness, power, capacity/potential, actuality, strength, influence, reason, logic/rationality, order/organization, courtesy/respect. Therefore, via these attributes is how we can embody the many aspects of divinity and become more like the self, and by attaining these attributes, we rid ourselves of that which is not divine, hence the process of self-purification. As a result, by purifying ourselves of all that is not divine, we embody the nature of the self to the highest degree possible, and we become an ultimate embodiment of divinity. Chapter 6. The Nature of Good and Evil. Interestingly enough, divine attributes express that which we commonly refer to as good, and therefore, by studying the nature of reality, we have found a relationship between the nature of the self, i.e., reality, and the nature of good and evil. This shows that ethics and morality are fundamentally related to the self, i.e., God, like many religions and philosophies teach, and as a result, by understanding the relationship between the good and the self, we can understand the ethics of Neo-Mysticism and why it is important that we apply these principles into our lives. The significance of good and evil. The nature of good and evil has been the subject of debate for thousands of years, and despite its prevalence throughout history, it is still misunderstood by most people today. This is a problem because good and evil are the basis of ethics, which plays a significant role in important fields like psychology, philosophy, theology, and so on. Ethics is also the basis of our judicial systems, and arguably what drives most, if not all, of our human behavior. Nevertheless, despite of the importance of ethics and its role in society, misconceptions regarding the nature of good and evil have led to faulty conclusions throughout history, and because of that, the nature of good and evil remains largely misunderstood by most people today. The most common misconception of good and evil. Arguably, the most common of all misconceptions is that most people believe evil to be the polar opposite of good, when in fact, evil is not the opposite of good, but instead, it is the privation of good. Although this fact may not appear as so, this becomes evident when we observe good and evil as synonymous to right and wrong. For example, when someone draws a circle, they either do so right or wrong, but to be able to judge it as so, we must first have an understanding of what an ideal circle is. Therefore, when we use the ideal as a reference, we can determine with certainty whether something is done right or wrong. As a result, when something is right, it is solely because it embodies the attributes of the ideal form, and when something is wrong, it is because it lacks the characteristics of the ideal form. As such, by using right and wrong as an example, it becomes clear that wrong is not the opposite of right, like most of us believe, but instead, that it is the absence of right. The reason it is important to understand the true relationship between good and evil is because they both play a significant role in the practice of Neo-Mysticism, and by misunderstanding their relationship, we will not be able to understand the process of self-purification. The ideal good. Despite of understanding the true relationship between good and evil, one can still argue that the ideal good does not exist because good is ultimately subjective, and if so, how can we know what the ideal good is? In truth, there is an ideal good and it is identical to the nature of the self, which we derived logically from the nature of reality. As a result, the universal good can be described as that which we naturally seek through our intuitive sense of justice. To elaborate, we, as humans, have an innate sense of right and wrong, which arises naturally without rationalization or judgment. For instance, in a study published in 2011, researchers found that 15-month-old infants have a sense of justice without ever being taught what right or wrong is. Moreover, studies have also shown that primates, dogs, rodents, elephants, and dolphins all have a similar sense of right and wrong similar to humans, which further supports the notion of a common, or universal good. Nevertheless, no matter how good or bad something is relative to anyone else, everything that occurs is ultimately good, or beneficial to the self. This is so because all actions and events, regardless of how small they may be, contribute to the perpetual existence of the self by existing in equilibrium with the whole of reality. As such, everything that occurs does so specifically for the good of the self, and therefore, nothing bad, or evil occurs from the universal perspective of the self. The true nature of evil. Still, if everything is good relative to the self, how do we justify the evil that exists throughout the world? Certainly, that which we refer to as evil exists, but to reconcile the seemingly unsolvable problem of evil, we must view evil from another perspective. Therefore, true evil should be defined as non-existence, i.e., the absence of the self, because evil does not exist from an objective point of view, and that which we commonly refer to as evil should be redefined as a lesser manifestation of the good. This is so because things that we define as evil, like murder, abuse, cruelty, etc., are only evil because they lack divine qualities to a large degree, but despite of their wickedness, that which we conventionally refer to as evil is still divine to a certain extent. This is so because everything that exists, including conventional evil, is a manifestation of the self, and because it is a part of the self, it must also be divine to some degree. The theology of good and evil. This monistic understanding of good and evil is not new to spirituality and has been known to many spiritual traditions throughout history, and it is why many religions teach that God is benevolent in some way. However, despite of its significance in spirituality, most people fail to understand how God, i.e., the self, is related to good, and because of that, most theists wrongly believe God to be the moral authority of the universe, as if good could have been some other way. In truth, the self is not a moral being and acts without a sense of right and wrong, contrary to what most theists believe. This is so because the self is not a conscious being, and as such, it is impossible for the self to make a conscious decision. The ethics of Neo-Mysticism. Therefore, good and evil are only related to Neo-Mysticism because the nature of the self expresses itself highly in that which we refer to as good, but despite of that fact, it is important to understand that Neo-Mysticism is not a moral philosophy, although it could be seen as one. In principle, the Neo-Mystic is good solely because good expresses the nature of the self and not because it is the right thing to do. To elaborate, if evil expressed the nature of the self, the Neo-Mystic would also become evil because it is what expresses its nature. As such, the sole priority of the Neo-Mystic is to embody the nature of the self and not to be good for the sake of being good. In the end, everything that follows, like righteousness, is a consequence of self-purification and not the direct goal of Neo-Mysticism. As a result, the purpose of this chapter is to explain how we naturally seek to embody the nature of the self, as the ideal good, and how we are disturbed by its absence, which is what we refer to as evil. Therefore, by analyzing the list of divine attributes from the previous chapter, we can explain how we are naturally attracted to the ideal good and how it purifies us from evil. Existence. Truthfulness/honesty/authenticity, etc. Truth is something that we are naturally attracted to as humans. For example, we cherish people who are truthful, especially to us, and respect those who act with honesty. Also, when people run for government, we try to assure that they are honest individuals, and we do not approve of them if they are untrustworthy. When it comes to relationships, we value honesty, and without it, relationships will not last. Furthermore, when we embody characteristics like honesty and sincerity, we allow ourselves to live authentic lives and to build stable relationships with others, and being social creatures, it is detrimental for our health to do so. As individuals and as a society, we also seek truth to attain a deeper understanding of reality, which leads to greater developments of science and technology. Falsehood/deceit/fiction. On the contrary, the opposite of truthfulness is falsehood, or deceit, which we highly despise as individuals. For instance, most of us are quickly repelled by dishonest and deceitful people, and we will abruptly terminate relationships if they consist of lies and deceit. Many people also argue that most of, if not all, our problems exist because of the deceitful nature of leaders, and as a result, people do not tolerate dishonesty and will immediately work towards the removal of a leader if proven corrupt. Also, if we are unrealistic, especially when it comes to science, we will never develop accurate models of reality, and therefore, we cannot develop an advanced understanding of reality. Additionally, living in denial is not beneficial because it impedes us from realizing our mistakes and from improving ourselves. In extreme cases, people who are in extreme denial become delusional, and by doing so, they become a potential danger to themselves and to others. Life. Everything we do as living beings is strictly based around the desire to survive. For example, every day we seek food to replenish our energy and to continue to survive. Additionally, when we are mature enough, we desperately seek to reproduce, which is nature's way of prolonging life. As humans, we also have a natural tendency to protect life, even that of other species, which is a rare trait among other animals. Moreover, in society, we implement laws to protect the life of individuals, and we severely punish those who violate those laws. Furthermore, as a species, we make conservation laws to ensure the life of other species and their ecosystems survive, which is important for the overall well-being of the planet. Death. Death, being the absence of life, is something that we are naturally afraid of, and as a result, we, as humans, do whatever is possible to avoid death. Death is so terrifying to us that arguably all of our fears emerge from our fear of death. For instance, if we were to encounter a tiger in the wild, most of us would fear for our lives, which is a natural thing to do. However, if we were to observe a tiger from a safe place, like in a zoo, most of us would remain calm and could even admire the tiger's beauty. Therefore, it is not the tiger that we are afraid of, but the fact that the tiger can kill us that makes us afraid. Moreover, due to our natural fear of death, we are also unattracted to things that are associated with it, such as illness, paleness, weakness, brittleness, etc. Furthermore, many of us are likely to experience trauma if we witness a death, which is evident in the PTSD of people who have done so. Additionally, some of us are so afraid of death that we are actively seeking ways of becoming immortal, which exists in the form of fusing ourselves with machines, uploading our consciousness, etc. Health/vitality. As living beings, all of us desire and seek good health, whether it be physically, mentally, or a combination of both. For example, many of us are naturally attracted to a strong physique, unblemished skin, good mental health, etc., which are all healthy characteristics, and as a result, many of us seek these attributes in our partners and in ourselves. Furthermore, many of us try to educate ourselves on the importance of health and nutrition so we can apply that knowledge to our lives, and as a society, we also try to promote healthy lifestyles by spreading awareness and teaching our children to live healthy from an early age. Illness/sickness/disease. The opposite of health is sickness, which is something we are naturally repelled by. For instance, when we fall ill, our natural instinct is to alleviate ourselves because the experience of being ill is unwelcoming and often unbearable. Furthermore, most of us are naturally disturbed by things that are associated with illness, like bodily deformities, mental illness, wounds, and so on. Therefore, we, as a species, devote a great amount of time and energy on the development of medicine, which is essential to society and civilization, with the hopes of one day eradicating all disease from humanity. Substance. Necessity/essentiality and efficiency. As humans, all that we seek is that which is necessary for our survival, such as food, water, resources, shelter, and so on. Additionally, humans are generally lazy to a large degree, which is not bad in the context of efficiency, and as a result, we only do that which is necessary. For example, when we move from one location to another, we generally take the quickest path because it saves energy and time. Moreover, when we work at any task, we usually try to do the most work in the least time possible. Also, when it comes to language and human communication, we have simplified the way we speak by gradually removing unnecessary aspects of language to make it more efficient. As a society, we also try to build our infrastructure as efficient as possible. For instance, when we build the foundations of cities, which include streets, sewer systems, etc., we build them so we may live and move about the city as efficiently as possible. Unnecessity/excess/waste. The opposite of necessity is unnecessity, which presents itself in the form of excess and waste. To elaborate, when we reach our full capacity, whether it be with food, air, stimulation, etc., we usually become content and desire no more. But the problem with most people, and society in general, is that we continue to consume despite of us being full. As a result, overindulgence can lead to the many health problems, like obesity and addiction, and it can also contribute to other problems in society, such as poverty, hunger, corruption, and so on. Furthermore, by focusing on unnecessary things, we waste energy and resources that could have been used for other more beneficiary things or for the benefit of others. Mind. Experience/subjectivity. The mind is the basis of all experience, which is something we are all constantly searching for. As humans, we are constantly looking for new experiences, which we do so visiting unfamiliar places, meeting new people, traveling the world, and learning new things. Additionally, as a species, it is one of our top priorities to preserve the experience of the mind and to continue our lives as something else, which shows how much we seek to continue our subjective experience. Non-experience/nothingness. The opposite of experience is non-experience, or nothingness, which is something we are all naturally afraid of as humans. For example, without the mind, the self cannot experience anything, and without the capacity to experience, it would be as if nothing exists. Experience is so important to us that many of us naturally equate non-experience with death, which is our greatest and most fundamental fear. As a result, all attempts to preserve the mind are ways of ridding ourselves of death, which has been a common theme throughout history. Perception/knowledge/awareness. As conscious beings, our mental perception is what gives us knowledge of the world, and as a result, knowledge and perception are something we are constantly seeking to know. This is because knowledge is the basis of wisdom, and without wisdom, we cannot understand anything at all. Therefore, many of us have a deep desire for knowledge, and by acquiring more knowledge, the better off we are at survival and life in general. Additionally, when we learn new things that, especially if we wish to learn about them, we experience great feelings of joy and a sense of accomplishment, which has a positive effect on our mental health and confidence. Ignorance/unawareness. The opposite of knowledge, or awareness, is ignorance, which is something we are naturally unattracted to as humans. For instance, people who are ignorant, in the general sense, have a poor sense of judgment and are considered unintelligent by most people, which is something many of us find unattractive. Also, ignorant people are easier to be deceived by others because they lack the proper knowledge to defend themselves. As a result, ignorant people are more likely to be controlled by others, which can lead to further problems like oppression. Furthermore, if our leaders are ignorant, they are more likely to make a poor decision, which is horrible for the longevity of our society. Lastly, many people, which famously includes Siddhartha Gautama, a.k.a. the Buddha, go as far as to argue that ignorance is the greatest evil of the world and the root cause of our suffering, which is true to a considerable extent. Wisdom/understanding. Wisdom is a common virtue that we are naturally attracted to and highly admire. Most, if not all, humans have a natural inclination to seek knowledge, and by doing so, we become wiser. Additionally, some people consider wisdom as the greatest asset in life, and as a result, we wish to attain a complete understanding of all things. Furthermore, people who are considered wise are highly respected and praised by others, such as a wise leader, which are often glorified and respected by the people. Moreover, wisdom also aids us in our survival in the sense that the wiser we are, the more likely we are to survive. As humans, we pass down our wisdom from generation to generation, which makes us wiser and more efficient over time. Also, when it comes to society, wisdom is essential and arguably what allows society to exist, and the wiser a society is, the more informed its inhabitants are, which is beneficial to the greater good of the people and also for the world. Confusion/misunderstanding. The opposite of wisdom, or understanding, is confusion, which is something that we humans are naturally disturbed by. For example, when we experience confusion, it can create feelings of incompetence, stress, anxiety, etc., which have a negative effect on our health and self-esteem. Furthermore, in the context of survival, confusion can lead to a premature death, which is the worst-case scenario. Additionally, when it comes to our leaders, a confused leader cannot lead the nation as intended because they are likely to lead us into trouble. As a consequence, a constant misunderstanding of important affairs can lead to the removal of a leader. Consistency. Integrity/discipline. Integrity is a trait that many of us find admirable and something many of us strive to be. Relationships are founded upon integrity, and they cannot thrive without it, and because of that, we seek partners who are loyal and trustworthy. Additionally, when it comes to business, we hold dear partners who have integrity and do not take advantage of others. Furthermore, when it comes to our leaders, we expect them to act with integrity, and as a result, we hold them to a high standard and highly admire those who do so. Hypocrisy/inconsistency. The opposite of integrity is hypocrisy, which is something that many of us despise as human beings. For instance, if someone is inconsistent in their words and actions, we tend to dismiss their legitimacy and lose most, if not all, respect for them. In relationships, if someone becomes a hypocrite, the relationship will not last and eventually will deteriorate. As a society, hypocrisy is frowned upon and perceived as a nuisance by most people. Additionally, when it comes to government, a hypocritical leader will lose the respect of the people and will be removed from power if their hypocrisy is severe enough. Balance/moderation. Balance is something that we are naturally attracted to as humans, and therefore, balance is commonly seen as a virtue by most, if not all people. For example, when we balance the many aspects of life, like work, relationships, family, and so on, we attain a stable lifestyle, which is something that we all seek as humans. Furthermore, the desire for balance is present even among communities, cities, countries, and nations, as we all try to live in balance with one another. Additionally, the importance of balance extends to nature as we constantly work towards the preservation of the planet's ecosystems. Imbalance. On the other hand, imbalance, being the opposite of balance, is something we are naturally unattracted to. For instance, when we neglect certain aspects of our lives become imbalanced, which usually leads to negative consequences like financial problems, poor health, stress, and so on. Additionally, when we do not live in balance with our community, problems like violence, crime, and poverty can arise, which can lead to the dissolution of a society. Moreover, when we upset the balance of ecosystems, species tend to go extinct, which can have further negative effects on the ecosystem and the planet. Stability. As humans, we naturally seek stability in our lives, and therefore, stability is something that we are naturally attracted to. For example, we naturally seek a stable home, family, relationships, work, and so on, and our desire for stability extends further to society, which is something society is constantly striving for. As a consequence, we desire a stable government, a stable economy, and stable position in world affairs because all these things bring comfort and peace to our individual and collective states of mind. As stated before, we are constantly working towards the preservation of ecosystems so that they may remain stable, and we may continue to exist. Instability. The opposite of stability is instability, which is something we are naturally unattracted to. For instance, when things are unstable, like a relationship or society, they usually fall apart. As a species, we are constantly working against the destabilization of society, which can be caused by pollution, corruption, war, and so on. As a result, when the world falls into instability, our natural reaction is to restabilize the world as soon as possible. Peace/passivity. Peace is something that most, if not all, humans naturally seek. For example, all of us desire peace of mind, a peaceful home, a peaceful society, and peace between nations. Therefore, something that many of us also long for is world peace, and regardless of it being attainable or not, many of us are actively working towards that goal. Furthermore, most humans are peaceful by nature and will usually avoid conflict unless necessary. As a society, we usually try to be at peace with others, and as a means to strengthen the peace between nations, we form coalitions like the United Nations to help us do so. Conflict. The opposite of peace is conflict, which is something that we are naturally unattracted to. For instance, most people tend to avoid conflict, whether it be a small disagreement or a physical altercation, and we usually remain passive in most situations. As a result, our desire to avoid conflict is so great that many people will not intervene in a situation, even if we deem it morally wrong, or unjust. Moreover, when a serious conflict arises, most, if not all, people have a natural inclination to resolve the issue immediately. Furthermore, conflict usually brings about stress, which is bad for our well-being. Justice/fairness. Justice is a fundamental aspect of society, and our sense of justice is arguably what drives most, if not all social behavior. For example, all humans have a natural sense of right and wrong, which we express through our ideas, beliefs, actions, and words. Furthermore, to uphold justice, we create and implement laws, which are mostly based upon the ethics and morals of our culture. As people, we honor and admire those who act justly and usually reward those who do the right thing. Injustice/unfairness. The opposite of justice is injustice, which is something we are naturally appalled by. For instance, when we witness something that we define as unjust, we feel a strong urge to react and make things right. As a society, we incriminate those who do wrong, and we pay reparations to those who have had a wrongdoing done to them as a means to bring justice to the situation. Moreover, many people argue that injustice is one of the core problems of society, and thus, people do not tolerate any form of injustice, especially if done by people in power. Absoluteness. Independence/self-reliance. Independence is something we naturally strive for as human beings and something that we seek throughout the many stages of our life. For example, as we mature, we seek full independence from our parents, or caretakers, which is an essential part of becoming an adult. Furthermore, as a nation, we also try to be as self-sufficient as possible so that we may not depend on others for our survival. When we do so, we become more powerful and have a higher chance of survival. Dependence. The opposite of independence is dependence, which is something we usually try to avoid as humans. When we are dependent on others as adults, we are usually looked down upon by other people, which can feel embarrassing and degrading to most people. Dependence is also the basis of addiction, which is extremely bad to our well-being and a widespread problem in society today. Furthermore, as a nation, if we are dependent on others, we cannot thrive on our own and we become subject to other more powerful nations, which can lead to negative consequences like economic sanctions, foreign occupation, depletion of resources, and so on. Freedom/liberty. Freedom, or liberty, is something that we are naturally attracted to as humans, and it is something we seek as living beings. Freedom is essential to our happiness, and without it, we cannot live a happy life. As a society, we promote and uphold freedom, and to do so, we create laws to assure the freedom of the people. Enslavement/confinement. The opposite of freedom is enslavement, or confinement, which is something that we are naturally appalled by. Anyone who has been held against their will can attest to the horrible feeling of being confined and how dreadful it is. Most people agree that living beings are meant to live freely, and therefore, things like slavery are considered violations of our human rights and severely frowned upon. Additionally, many people consider the confinement of animals as an injustice, and as a result, many of us consider it a form of animal abuse to some extent. Pureness. As stated before, what makes a person pure is not commonly agreed upon, but despite of that, most people would agree that pureness is associated with virtue, and therefore, pureness, in that sense, is commonly seen as an admirable trait. Additionally, when it comes to crafting, art, cooking, etc., the purer an ingredient is, the more value it holds. This is also evident in jewelry, with materials such as gold and diamonds being more expensive based on purity. Impurity/corruption. The opposite of pureness is impurity, or corruption, which is something we detest as humans. For instance, many of us do not tolerate corruption and will work towards the removal of an official as proven corrupt. Furthermore, when ingredients and materials become corrupt, or mixed with other impurities, their value diminishes and are no longer as valuable as before. Additionally, when things become contaminated, or corrupt, we discard them because they can bring harm to our well-being. Simplicity. Simplicity is something that we are naturally attracted to as humans, and as a result, we seek simplicity throughout all aspects of our life, which includes at home, work, in relationships, etc. For example, when it comes to scientific theories, engineering, and operations, we try to make them as simple as possible. As a result, we try to be as efficient as possible, which usually expresses itself in the form of simplicity. As a society, we also try to simplify as many aspects of it as possible, which includes communication, transportation, education, etc., so that we may become more efficient. Complexity. The opposite of simplicity is complexity, which is something many of us are naturally intimidated by. For instance, as humans, we have a natural tendency to rid ourselves of complexity and replace it with something much simpler, because things that are complex are hard to understand and serve little to no practical purpose. As a consequence, we are always searching for ways to simplify everything. Complexity also gives rise to confusion, stress, and anxiety, which are all negative emotions that conflict with our peace of mind and can be bad for our health. Totality. Commonality/universality. As humans, we have a natural tendency to search for commonalities amongst people, and it is usually how we build stable relationships. For example, People who hold similar values to us are more likely to become our friends. Furthermore, many of us have a natural impulse to explore and visit areas we have not seen before, which can be seen as a form of universality because we are trying to be in as much places as possible. Additionally, we have a tendency to try make tools as universal as possible in the sense that they can apply to as many practical situations as possible. As a society, we also attempt to spread and normalize our values across the world, such as democracy, as a means to attain some form of universality among other nations. Uniqueness/locality. The opposite of commonality is uniqueness, which is something many of us hold dear. However, the problem with being unique is that everyone is unique, and ironically, the fact that we are all unique makes us all the same. Therefore, being unique does not make us special. Additionally, many of us use our unique traits as a way to believe ourselves better than others, which is the basis of racism, nationalism, and so on. Furthermore, when we remain bounded to one place, we grow bored and begin to desire the exploration of new places, and if not acted upon, we can become depressed, which can lead to other more serious problems. As a nation, if we remain to ourselves, like North Korea, problems like famine, poverty, and oppression are more likely to occur, which impedes the nation from growing and its citizens from being happy. Unity/harmony. As humans, we are constantly seeking unity with other things. For instance, many of us naturally seek unity with our family, friends, community, and so on, and by doing so, we become more united. Additionally, when it comes to our understanding of reality, we are constantly seeking ways to unify the different branches of science, which is considered by some the pinnacle of understanding. As a society, we also seek to live in unity with our neighbors, community, and so on, and as a nation, we try to build stable relationships with other nations to become more unified as a species. Division/separation. The opposite of unity is division, or separation, which is something we are naturally repelled by as humans. For example, as infants, we experience stress if we are separated from our caretakers. Separation can also lead to the dissolution of a family, friendship, organization, and so on. When it comes to society, division among the people usually leads to conflict, which can lead to other negative consequences like segregation, oppression, civil war, and so on. Consideration. As humans, we are attracted to people who are considerate, especially when they are considerate of others. Furthermore, many of us value thoughtfulness in gifts, art, celebrations, and so on, which is an act of consideration. Additionally, being considerate is essential to a healthy relationship, and it will likely not last if someone is inconsiderate of the other. Moreover, when it comes to society, a society that is considerate of its citizens, the environment, and the planet as a whole, are usually better off than one that acts recklessly with no consideration of others. Inconsideration. The opposite of consideration is inconsideration, which is something that we are naturally unattracted to. For instance, being inconsiderate is bad for relationships, as stated before, and it will likely not last if there is a lack of consideration for another. People who are inconsiderate are, or at least appear to be, absent-minded and unintelligent, which is an unattractive trait to most people. Additionally, when we are inconsiderate, our judgment is poor, which reduces the chances of our survival. Furthermore, as a society, if we are inconsiderate, our decisions will likely come back and hurt us. Moreover, inconsiderate leaders are also considered bad leaders and will usually not have the respect or approval of the people. In extreme cases, the leader's inconsiderate acts may lead to their removal of power. Selflessness. Selflessness is perceived as an admirable trait by most people, and as a result, we admire those who act selflessly towards others. For example, as individuals, we are usually appreciative of those who act selflessly towards our favor. Selflessness is also the basis of charity, which is an important part of our society, and by giving to those who are in need, we allow others to thrive and also strengthen society. Additionally, good leaders are selfless and always act towards the benefit of the people, and because of that, they are generally loved and admired. Selfishness. The opposite of selflessness is selfishness, which is something we look down upon as humans. For instance, people who are selfish are usually seen as a nuisance, and because of that, it is hard for them to build good relationships with other people. Greed is also a form of selfishness, which is something that we detest as a society. This is so because greed is arguably the source of all corruption and the root cause of our problems today. Furthermore, selfishness also creates an imbalance in society, which can lead to an unfair distribution of wealth and poverty. Selfish nations also create similar problems but on a larger scale, and as a result, selfish nations deplete the resources of others, which can lead to mass suffering. Fulfillment/completeness. Once our survival needs are fulfilled, all humans seek emotional fulfillment, which is arguably the most important thing we can find in our lives. This is so because fulfillment is essential to long-lasting happiness and it is necessary to live a good life. For example, when we are fulfilled, our desires cease to exist, and we experience a long-lasting joy which stays with us for life. As a consequence, we admire and respect those who are fulfilled, because it is something we highly sought for. Furthermore, when it comes to society, a society that is physically and mentally fulfilled will be happy and at peace with their government, which gives a higher chance to grow. Additionally, leaders who prioritize to fulfill the needs of the people are usually loved and cherished by the nation as a whole, which benefits the entirety of the population. Unfulfillment/incompleteness. The opposite of fulfillment is unfulfillment, which is arguably the biggest misfortune that we can experience. When we are unfulfilled, we experience desire, which motivates us to act until we get that which we want, but the problem is that if we are unable to do so, we remain unfulfilled, which can lead to depression if unfulfilled for long enough. This is a problem because when we are depressed, we suffer emotionally, and in extreme cases, it can lead to suicide, which is a widespread problem among people today. Additionally, as a society, if the people are unfulfilled, they will revolt and seek to replace the people in power with someone who can fulfill their needs, which is usually done in the form of chaos and mass suffering. Power. Capacity/potential. Capacity, or potential, is a quality we are naturally attracted to as humans. For example, the more capable, or skilled, we are, the more respected we become, and in some cases, highly skilled people become glorified, and almost deified, in their respective field of discipline. Furthermore, someone who shows a lot of potential are usually given extra attention by their teachers, and if they possess a large amount of talent, they are described as geniuses or prodigies, which is something that fascinates most people. Moreover, people who are highly capable in many things are described as polymaths, which is often associated with genius. Additionally, as a society, the more capable we are, the more likely we are to thrive and to advance the human race. Incapacity/incompetence. The opposite of capacity is incapacity, or incompetence, which is something we are naturally unattracted to. For instance, people who are unskilled are usually described as incompetent, which is considered an undesirable trait by most people. Furthermore, when we fail to do something, we usually feel shame, guilt, or embarrassment, which are all negative emotions that can impact our self-esteem. Also, if we are unskilled, our chances of survival diminish because it becomes more difficult to survive. Moreover, being incompetent also hinders us from being successful or from accomplishing that which we wish to do. As a society, we also need to be capable of doing as much as possible for the sake of our longevity, because if we fail to do so, society will likely fall apart, which will inevitably lead to mass suffering. Actuality/creation. Actuality, in the form of actualization, is something that we are naturally attracted to as humans. For instance, artists, musicians, engineers, poets, writers, etc., are highly admired and respected in society because they create, or actualize potential, in a creative form. Additionally, creators and innovators are the people who actualize ideas and revolutionize their respective fields, and because of that, we glorify and admire those certain individuals. As people, we are also constantly striving to realize our full potential, regardless of what it may be, which is often described as our life's purpose. Moreover, the actualization of our potential is what transforms our species and civilization and what leads us to the next step of our evolution. Hindrance/restriction. The opposite of actualization is hindrance, which is something we are naturally unattracted to as humans. For example, Many people disagree with censorship and consider it a form of oppression because it restricts our freedoms and capabilities. For example, in a creative process like art and music, it is impractical to restrict or limit it in any sense because it hinders the creative process and affects the end result. Furthermore, when we impede the flourishment of potential, we remain stagnant and cannot evolve as individuals and as a species. Moreover, when it comes to relationships, we cannot hinder our partners because it will likely lead to the dissolution of the relationship, and as a society, if we hinder the people from flourishing or expressing themselves, the government will likely be overthrown and replaced with one that does not do so. Additionally, a society that restricts its people does so by using evil methods like violence, censorship, murder, propaganda, and so on, which is something that we do not tolerate. Strength. Strength is a quality that we naturally find attractive, and therefore, most, if not all, people seek some form of strength, whether it be physical, mental, social, and so on. Therefore, someone who is strong, either physically or mentally, is usually considered attractive by most people. Additionally, power is something that many of us seek as human beings, and as a society, we also seek to become the most powerful nation in the world, whether it be economically, politically, or in military power. Weakness. The opposite of strength is weakness, which is something that we are naturally unattracted to. As a result, qualities that are associated with weakness like brittleness and fragility are seen as unattractive by most people. Furthermore, being weak allows us to be overpowered by stronger people, which causes us to feel helpless, fearful, or embarrassed. Additionally, when we are weak, we are more susceptible to danger and our chances of survival diminish greatly. Moreover, as a nation, we can be invaded and overcome by other more powerful nations if we are not strong enough, and if that were to happen, our society would probably cease to exist. Influence. To be influential is something many of us desire, and as a consequence, we admire those who inspire us or influence us in a positive way. For instance, the greatest ideas and people of history have influenced our way of life, and because of that, many of us seek to do the same in our respective fields. Furthermore, many of us seek to influence and inspire others, and we do so through our actions and work. Additionally, most people seek status, or fame, which is arguably a desire to become influential. Moreover, as we grow older, many of us try to be a good influence to others, especially to our children and the youth. Insignificance. To be insignificant is something many of us naturally dread, and as a result, we naturally seek to feel important, loved, cherished, etc. Moreover, children who grow up with low self-esteem do so because they view themselves as insignificant, and in extreme cases, it can lead to suicide. Additionally, things that we deem insignificant usually have negative connotations around them, and because of that, they are often dismissed and even ridiculed at times. Reason. Logic/rationality. Logic, or rationality, is a trait that many of us find attractive, and without it, our species would not be where it is at today. People who are logical are described as intelligent, smart, bright, and so on, which are all admirable traits to have. Furthermore, being rational allows us to think clearly, which further increases our chances of survival. Additionally, people who are logical are usually better off in life and are also more likely to be in positions of power, which is something most humans naturally desire. As a society, we are more likely to thrive if our leaders behave in a rational manner, which is something we look for in potential candidates. Foolishness/irrationality/nonsense. The opposite of logic is foolishness, or irrationality, which is something that we are naturally unattracted to as people. For example, when we behave irrationally, people tend to push us away because our foolish behavior is likely to get them into trouble. Additionally, being irrational hinders our ability to make good decisions, which diminishes our chances of survival. Furthermore, as a society, if we act without reason, we can potentially bring about great destruction and mass suffering, and as a result, foolishness, on all scales, can bring about the destruction of anyone who perpetuates it, which is why we try to avoid it whenever possible. Order/organization. Order, or organization, is something that we are highly attracted to as humans. For instance, most of us seek order in our home, family, community, relationships, work, etc. because of the benefits that it brings. Order also brings stability to our lives, which is something that we naturally seek as humans. Furthermore, when we are organized, we become more efficient, which makes our lives easier to live. Additionally, as a society, order is essential to sustain civilization, and to do so, we establish laws and incriminate those who are not in compliance with the laws of society. Disorder/disorganization/chaos. The opposite of order is disorder, which is something that we are naturally unattracted to. Disorder, or chaos, triggers negative emotions like anxiety, discomfort, confusion, and fear, in many of us, and as a result, it is something that many of us try to avoid. Additionally, disorder can lead to more problems in our life. For example, a chaotic relationship will not last and will eventually break apart. Disorder is also impractical and inefficient, which makes life harder than it already is. As a society, disorder can lead to anarchy, which usually leads to other things such as murder, rape, looting, war, etc. As a result, without order, society cannot exist, which is something that we need for our species to survive. Courtesy/politeness/respect. Courtesy is a trait that many of us find attractive, and as a result, many of us respect those who are courteous to others, especially to us. For instance, when people are courteous, respectful, or polite, they are better at building relationships and are more likely to be treated with respect than those who are not. As a society, we deem qualities like respect and politeness admirable, and therefore, we highly respect those who embody these characteristics. Additionally, respect is essential to a relationship, and without it, it is likely to not last. Courtesy and respect are also beneficial to the family, community, work, society, and so on, because it allows us to live in harmony with each other. Courtesy also increases the efficiency of teamwork, which is highly beneficial to us as a species. Rudeness/disrespect. The opposite of courtesy is discourtesy, or rudeness, which is something that many of us naturally detest. People who are disrespectful, vulgar, unpolite, or anything along those lines are usually perceived as unattractive and are discriminated against. When people are rude, it can lead to conflict, which is something that we do not want as people. Relationships will also not last if there is someone who lacks respect for the others, and as a society, disrespect between citizens can lead to further problems, like violence, segregation, and it can even lead to the dissolution of a nation. Furthermore, when it comes to government, disrespect between nations can lead to a major world conflict, like war, which can lead to the end of civilization. Transcendence. As stated before, anything that can be acquired is not transcendental, and therefore, transcendence does not apply to this scenario. Nevertheless, many of us argue that mundaneness is the opposite of transcendence, and because of that, anything that is mundane is evil, or not like the self. However, the problem with that premise is that it usually refers to God, i.e., the self, as completely transcendental from the physical world, which causes us to believe that the mundane is not divine, but in truth, nothing is transcendental relative to the self, because the self is all that exists, which includes the physical world. Therefore, even mundaneness is divine to a certain extent, and because of that, transcendence does not apply to this situation. Conclusion. Our survival instinct and the nature of the self. Conclusively, by analyzing these divine qualities, it becomes evident that through them we naturally seek the universal good. However, one can still argue that we do not seek these qualities because of a spiritual purpose, like many religions propose, but instead, that we seek them solely because of their survival benefits. Although this is true to a significant extent, the argument does not debunk the fact that we naturally seek the nature of the self, because our survival instinct also mirrors the nature of the self to an exceptionally high degree. For example, everything that occurs in reality does so to sustain the existence of the self, and because of that, the self only acts for the benefit of its survival, which is identical to what living beings do. As a result, our fundamental instinct to survive is a manifestation of our fundamental nature, i.e., the nature of the self, which is, in essence, identical to that which we refer to as good. Therefore, regardless of why we seek the nature of the self, it is undoubtable that these qualities are beneficial to our well-being, and that alone is a good enough reason to incorporate them into our lives. The nature of sin. On the contrary, evil counterparts, or privations, are what the neo-mystic refers to as sin, similar to Abrahamic religions, but unlike those religions, Neo-Mysticism views sin from a distinct perspective. For example, according to the conventional definition of sin, sin separates the individual from God, and solely because of that, it should be avoided, but according to Neo-Mysticism, sin should be avoided, not because it separates us from God, which is virtually impossible, but because of the obvious complications it brings into our lives. As a consequence, regardless of being spiritual or not, all people should avoid sin because it keeps us from living a happy and fulfilling life, which is something religion never explains. Therefore, it is important to identify all forms of sin to help rid ourselves of it, but most importantly, to help us in the process of self-purification, and by doing so, it becomes easier to embody the nature of the self to the highest degree possible. As such, the list of sins is as follows. Existence. Falsehood/deceit, death, illness/disease. Substance. Unnecessity/unsubstantiality, excess/waste, inefficiency. Mind. Nothingness/anatta, ignorance/unawareness, confusion/misunderstanding. Consistency. Hypocrisy, imbalance, instability, conflict, injustice/bias. Absoluteness. Dependence, enslavement, corruption, complexity. Totality. Uniqueness, division/separation, inconsideration, selfishness/entitlement, unfulfillment/incompleteness. Power. Incapacity/inability, hindrance/censorship/restriction, weakness, insignificance. Reason. Foolishness/irrationality, disorder/chaos, discourtesy/rudeness. In the end, by purifying ourselves from all sin, we allow ourselves to embody the fundamental nature of the self to the highest degree possible, and by doing so, the process of self-purification ends, and the individual becomes the ultimate embodiment of divinity, which is the final goal of Neo-Mysticism. Chapter 7. The Ultimate Embodiment of Divinity. Throughout history, many religions have glorified and worshipped people who were thought of as gods, and as a result, the notion of divine embodiments has been of great significance to many religions across the world. For example, Rama and Krishna are considered avatars, or living embodiments of Vishnu, and are worshipped as such by Vaishnavas. Jesus Christ is considered God in human form, and he is worshipped as such by Christians. Mahavira, the founder of Jainism, was deified as the 24th Tirthankara, which are considered enlightened beings that are worshipped by Jains. Siddhartha Gautama, famously known as the Buddha, also prophesies the arrival of a future Buddha, implying a sense of a divine embodiment in Buddhas. Lastly, Baha'u'llah, the prophet and founder of the Baha'i faith, referred to himself as the highest remembrance, i.e., embodiment, of God, and is worshipped as such by Baha'is today. Nevertheless, despite of their associations to religion, these deified beings are almost always described as righteous, and not because a righteous prophet makes for a good prophet, but because righteousness is the ultimate expression of divinity. As such, all of these prophets, regardless of if they existed or not, taught in some way that righteousness was the means of spiritual liberation and how we ultimately become one with divinity. For example, in Advaita Vedanta, wisdom rids the self of ignorance and liberates the self from Maya, i.e., falsehood. Additionally, the Four Noble Truths of Buddhism and the Three Guiding Principles of Jainism also liberate the self from suffering, similar to Hinduism. Moreover, in Abrahamic religions, sin is believed to separate the individual from God, and it is what impedes us from attaining eternal life in heaven with Him. However, despite of the prevalence of these teachings, the role of righteousness in spirituality is largely misunderstood, and because of that, prophets are almost always deified and attributed fantastical powers as a means of remaining relevant to their respective religion. This is a problem because it is illogical to believe in such claims, which is why most people, especially those who are keen to rational thought, are not too fond of religious ideology. Nevertheless, these outlandish claims take away from the most significant teaching of spirituality, which is the idea of becoming one with divinity, and by attributing magical powers to prophets, we make it seem as if they are extraordinary beings, unlike the average person who is described as ordinary and mundane. As a consequence, it is believed by many that it is impossible for the average person to become divine or to be like God in any sense. Additionally, many followers of religion, especially in the West, teach that it is impossible and even blasphemous to think that we could be anything like God, which couldn't be farther from the truth. In reality, contrary to widespread belief, all people have the capacity to become full embodiments of divinity, just like the many prophets of religion did in their lifetimes. As a result, we need to understand that we do not need to be prophets, children of deities, or special in any sense to become embodiments of divinity, and with true dedication, arduous work, and a proper understanding of the self, anyone can attain righteousness, which is the ultimate goal of Neo-Mysticism. However, to do so properly, we must first understand what righteousness is, at least in respect to Neo-Mysticism. This is so because most, if not all people have their own interpretation of righteousness, and thus, it is difficult to arrive at a common definition of the word. Therefore, the purpose of this chapter is to give a proper description of what righteousness is so it can be easier to identify it and to know what a righteous being truly is. As a consequence, someone who is righteous displays the following characteristics. Existence. Truthfulness. They are always truthful to others and to themselves. They promote truth and condemn all forms of falsehood. They never lie or deceive others for self-gain. They are realistic and recognize reality for what it is. They do not believe in superstition or dogma. Life. They promote all forms of life and treat it as if it were sacred. They do not kill, unless necessary, and when they do so it is with the utmost consideration and respect. They condemn murder and anything that hinders the flourishment of life. Health/vitality. They are healthy and full of vitality. They have healthy habits and abstain from harmful behavior. Substance. Necessity/substantiality. They participate only in that which is necessary. They focus on what is important and not on trivialities. Efficiency. They are efficient and do the most with what they have. They are not wasteful and never overindulge. Mind. Experience/subjectivity. They are heavily experienced, specifically in their area of expertise. They have experienced gnosis, i.e., the mystical experience. Perception/knowledge/awareness. They have a deep desire for knowledge. They are attentive and highly aware. They are highly intelligent. Wisdom/understanding. They are extremely knowledgeable and have a deep understanding of reality, i.e., the self. Consistency. Integrity/discipline. They are consistent in their actions and their words. They are disciplined in their work, habits, etc. They are integrous and adhere to their values at all times. They never contradict themselves. They are trustworthy. Balance. All components of their life, like work, family, friendships, etc., are balanced with one another. They give all aspects of their life proper care and attention, and none are neglected. They live in balance with others and nature. They are not obsessive, and they do not neglect things of importance. Stability. They have a stable home, stable resources, stable relationships, stable family, and a stable life in general. They abstain from things that bring instability. Peace. They are at peace with themselves and others. They promote peace and do not participate in conflict unless necessary. They never prolong conflicts and seek to resolve them immediately. Justice. They are fair and unbiased. They condemn injustice and those who are unjust. They uphold the justice of reality, i.e., Dharma, Ma'at, Asha. Absoluteness. Independence. They are independent and never rely on others unless necessary. They are self-sufficient and know how to provide for themselves. Freedom/liberty. They are detached, or free from mental attachments. They seek and promote freedom in all aspects of life. They are against oppression and condemn those who promote slavery. Purity. They are virtuous and pure of mind. They condemn corruption and never participate in it. Simplicity. They live simply and minimally. They do not overcomplicate things. They seek to simplify things and make them easier to understand. Totality. Commonality/universality. They see the world from a universal perspective. They seek universal truth. They can communicate with all people, despite of their cultural differences. They see the commonality of all people and all things. Unity. They see themselves as one with reality. They promote all forms of unity. They are united to their friends, family, loved ones, peers, etc. They condemn division, oppression, segregation, and so on. Consideration. They are highly considerate of themselves and others. They are considerate of their actions and their consequences. Selflessness. They are selfless and act towards the benefit of others. They sacrifice and give for the sake of giving and not for self-gain. They are philanthropist and altruistic. Fulfillment. They are spiritually fulfilled. They live free from unnecessary desires. They are fulfilled and content with themselves. Power. Capacity/potential. They are highly capable and gifted individuals. They have a vivid imagination and are very insightful. They are talented and have the potential to do many things. Actuality/creation. They are artists or creators in some sense, e.g., painters, musician, engineer, etc. They try to realize as much of their potential as possible. They are highly skilled individuals. They are polymaths and skilled in many different areas of discipline. Strength. They are physically and mentally strong. They are resilient and durable. Influence. They are powerful and have influence over others. They are highly influential and often inspire others. They are people of importance and are usually in positions of power. Reason. Logic/rationality. They are rational and logical at all times. They abstain from foolishness, or nonsense. They condemn irrational beliefs, specifically if they are used to oppress others. Order/organization. They are organized and efficient. They are plan and goal-oriented. They are against disorder and chaos. Courtesy/respect. They are courteous and respectful. They interact and live well with others. They condemn rudeness and vulgarity. Transcendence. They understand that truth and reality, i.e., the self, are objectively unknowable, unperceivable, and unconceivable. They understand that our perception of reality is illusionary in nature and not what reality truly is. Conclusion. Therefore, by using this description as a reference, we can know with full certainty what a righteous person truly is, but most importantly, one can use this list as a reference to know how far along they are in their process of self-purification. For example, if we possess the majority of these traits, but are still missing a few, we can know that we have not purified ourselves entirely from sin, and as a result, all of these requirements must be fulfilled for the process of self-purification to be complete. When that occurs, the individual becomes righteous and attains the highest degree of divinity. Chapter 8. The Cosmology of Neo-Mysticism. Cosmology has always played a significant role in spiritual and religious philosophies because it is often used as a way to explain the origins of the world and our relationship to it. As a result, there has been countless cosmologies, ranging from ancient creation myths to modern scientific theories that attempt to explain these mysteries, but regardless of their differences, there is no definite cosmology that is considered true by all people. This is so because the origin of the universe is impossible to know, and because of that, the origins of the universe are largely open for interpretation. Nevertheless, despite of our lack of wisdom, the cosmology of Neo-Mysticism does not intend to explain the definite origins of the universe, like most cosmologies do, but instead, it intends to put into perspective how the self comes to experience evil and how it purifies itself from it, all from a cosmological perspective. This is important because without doing so, it is impossible to understand how the process of self-purification relates to the entirety of creation and reality. Therefore, all of the topics from the previous chapters, which range from the nature of identity to the process of self-purification, needed to be explained first so we could attain a proper understanding of the cosmology of Neo-Mysticism, and that being so, the cosmology of Neo-Mysticism is as follows. The creation of the world. The self is that which exists. It is that which has always existed and that which will always exist. The self is its own cause. It is uncreated and unborn, it has no beginning. It is all there is nothing that is not the self. The self is its own foundation and the foundation of all things. Everything that is of the self. The self is a substance capable of experience. It is all-powerful and all-potential. And via its potential, all things come to be. In these things, reason exists. And through reason, all phenomena comes to be. However, because of reason, the self is unstable. And therefore, the self flows indefinitely to sustain its eternal existence. In that flow, the universe and all that is in it comes to be. And as it becomes, the universe decays, and the eternal cycle begins anew. This is the eternal process of creation. The corruption and purification of the self. In the self's becoming, life emerges, and with life, consciousness emerges. Through consciousness, the self becomes self-aware, and in its self-awareness, the self misidentifies itself as a conscious being. As such, the self believes itself to be a finite and mortal being. And by doing so, the self comes to experience evil in the form of falsehood. Ignorant of its true nature, the self then proceeds to fall further into evil, like killing other beings to sustain its false identity, i.e., survival. But gracefully, in its attempts to do so, the individual evolves and attains the ability to reason. And through reason, the individual is able to distinguish its true self from its false identity. By doing so, the self attains wisdom of its true nature and liberates itself from falsehood. The individual then purifies itself from all things evil and begins to embody its true nature to the highest of its capability. As a result, the individual rids itself completely of evil. And by doing so, the individual liberates itself from suffering. And becomes the ultimate embodiment of divinity. This is the cosmic process of purification. Conclusively, by understanding the cosmology of Neo-Mysticism, the philosophy can be understood in its full complexity, and by having a full understanding of Neo-Mysticism, we are best equipped to apply its principles to our lives, which will give us the full benefits Neo-Mysticism has to offer, like peace, wisdom, and long-lasting fulfillment. Chapter 9. The Purification of Humanity. In principle, Neo-Mysticism was intended to be practiced by the individual. However, Neo-Mysticism also has the potential to be applied to other things, such as an organization, a business, a school, and most importantly, it can be applied to the foundation of our society. This is extremely important because Neo-Mysticism has the potential to transform society for the better, which is something we are in dire need of. For example, many of us are aware that the way we are living is ultimately bad for humanity, society, and for the countless species living on Earth, and because of that, it is important that we change our way of living if we wish to ensure our longevity and that of the other species on Earth. As a result, the notion of living in harmony with nature is not a new concept to us, which is evident in the religious practices and literature of ancient civilizations. For example, in Egypt, there existed the concept of Ma'at, which was central to their religion and to their way of life, and arguably why their civilization lasted such a long time. In ancient Persia, there was the concept of Asha, which is fundamental to Zoroastrianism, the official religion of the empire. In India, there exists the concept of Vrta and Dharma, which is central to Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, hence the Dharmic religions. That being so, we have always had an intuitive sense of living in harmony with nature, but sadly, it is something we have failed horribly at. For example, the Earth is currently going through a mass extinction, which is labeled the Anthropocene extinction because it is directly attributed to the activity of modern humans. This is so severe that in its approximate 4 billion year history, life on Earth has gone through 5 mass extinctions, and the fact that we are the cause of the 6th one should say everything about the way we are living. As such, our actions are destabilizing the planet's ecosystems, which is causing most species to go extinct. Things like deforestation and pollution are ways that we contribute to the environment's destruction and how countless species are being killed off. Furthermore, we hunt animals to extinction merely for self-gain, and even worse, for reasons that are not based in reality. Additionally, the governments of Earth also contribute to the problem in a multitude of ways. For example, all governments seek power, wealth, and to control other nations, and to attain these things, they will use evil means like war, theft, corruption, etc. Governments also do not prioritize the welfare of their citizens, like a government should, but instead, they work towards their own personal agendas, which usually never benefits the well-being of their citizens. They will also send off their citizens to war to fight for petty reasons with no regards to human life. Moreover, governments brainwash their citizens with propaganda to make them think a certain way and to make them act in their favor. Governments also go as far as to divide their nations, as a means of empowering their political organization, which is the current situation of most countries today. Nevertheless, as individuals, we are also to blame because we contribute to the problem in several of ways. For instance, we are mostly inconsiderate of our actions and ignorant of their consequences, which has given birth to many problems like pollution, overconsumption, and unnecessary civil conflict. Additionally, most of us are always seeking pleasure and ways of doing things without effort, which has in turn made us weak, lazy, and entitled. We also do not hold ourselves or others accountable for our actions, which further propagates our injurious behavior. Moreover, the majority of us have become materialistic to the point where we only care about ourselves and not for the welfare of others, let alone the welfare of society. Lastly, we glorify things like wealth, power, and success, which usually does not bring fulfillment to our lives. Therefore, the way we are living will certainly destroy us, and because of that, we need to change our way of living immediately if we wish to survive as a species. Fortunately, many of us have an understanding of this, and as a result, we are currently working towards reversing our bad behavior, but as great as that is, we are only using our intuition to do so, which is highly inefficient and ineffective. As a result, by using these principles as a reference, we can become more effective, which makes it easier for us to transform our society, and by ridding society of its sinful behavior, society can ensure its longevity and remain stable for ages to come, which is something we desperately need as a species. Existence. Truth and falsehood. When it comes to truth and falsehood, our society is largely built on lies, deceit, and false beliefs. For instance, governments constantly promote false propaganda to make their citizens think a certain way. History is also taught from a biased perspective, usually depending on the culture you are learning it from. Furthermore, our leaders are also stereotyped as dishonest and corrupt individuals because it is true to a large extent. Governments frequently deceive other governments, usually for self-gain, which can lead to other more serious problems. As individuals, many of us lie to ourselves and to others on a daily basis to validate our worldviews. Additionally, many of us believe in some form of dogma, whether it be religious or political, which is the basis of many of our problems today. As a result, to counteract our deceitful behavior, we need to be truthful at all times, whether it be to ourselves or to others. Furthermore, our leaders need to be honest with pure intent so they can never deceive us or other nations. As a society, we need to exalt truth as something we should all strive for and as something that is necessary for a good life. By doing so, we can purify our deceitful behavior and move towards a better and more honest society. Life and death. In regard to life and death, we have a rich desire for life, yet we constantly murder off other species. For example, by destabilizing the ecosystems of Earth, we are killing off millions of species, which is an atrocious and horrendous act against nature. As individuals, many of us hunt for sport, which perpetuates the unjust killing of other animals. Additionally, our leaders often wage war against each other, which further perpetuates the murder that is occurring throughout the world. Furthermore, some people have no regard for life and kill others for self-gain, which is a major problem in many countries today. Therefore, to combat our homicidal behavior, we need to view life as something sacred and as something that needs to be protected at all costs. As a nation, we need to increase our conservation efforts to ensure the survival of species around the world. We also need to condemn any form of killing, which includes animals and trees. As individuals, we should never participate in any form of killing, unless it is necessary for our survival. We also need to be aware on how our actions affect the life of others and how we are indirectly contributing to their demise. If we do not do so, life on Earth will likely end and our species along with it. Health and illness. When it comes to health and illness, we do many things that perpetuates disease and diminishes our health. For example, the waste we produce is polluting the ecosystems of Earth, which is killing off an innumerable number of species. Additionally, the food we eat is heavily processed and full of preservatives, which has a negative effect on our health. Our diets are high in sugar, sodium, fat, and other ingredients that are contributing to the many health problems today. Also, modern medicines, specifically opioids, are creating problems of addiction among the masses, which can lead to other problems, like poverty, crime, and worse, death. Furthermore, the mental health of most people today is poor, mainly due to us being constantly stressed, which is arguably caused by our modern-day lifestyles. As a result, to counteract our unhealthy way of living, we need to find ways to reduce waste and find alternative methods of processing it. For example, in nature, everything is recycled, and that is something we need to mimic if we wish to save the species living on Earth, which includes our own. As individuals, we need to have healthier diets that increase our health and longevity, and as a society, we need to educate ourselves on how to better our lives in accordance with a healthy lifestyle. Food companies should also contribute and prioritize the health of the consumer instead of prioritizing profit like most, if not all companies do today. Additionally, our medicines need to heal us instead of creating more health problems like many medicines do today. We also need to educate ourselves on nutrition to make it easier to live a healthier life. As a nation, we need to invest into our healthcare so everyone can receive proper medical attention, regardless of income. By doing so, we can move towards a healthier society that will increase the lifespan of its inhabitants, and consequentially that of civilization. Substance. Necessity and excess. When it comes to necessity and excess, we are highly wasteful in a multitude of ways. For example, the pollution we produce is a consequence of our waste and of our inefficient management. Additionally, many of us, as individuals, contribute to the contamination of ecosystems by not recycling waste, which is something that needs to be done if we wish to support the equilibrium of the planet. Furthermore, many of us, especially in well-developed countries, are obese, which is due to the unhealthy overconsumption of food and beverages. Many of us are also addicted to unhealthy substances like sugar, alcohol, and drugs, which leads to other health problems, like diabetes and obesity. Moreover, many nations throughout the world hoard and waste essential resources, like food and water, which creates a lack of essential needs for other nations. This also happens to a lesser degree in society, which contributes to the problem of poverty, greed, and corruption. Therefore, to counteract our wasteful behavior, we need to become more efficient and not produce as much waste, and the waste that is produced needs to be recycled, whether it be for our direct benefit or for the benefit of other species. We also need to be considerate when it comes to the management of waste to ensure that it does not pollute the environment. As individuals, we need to practice moderation as a means to halt our excessive behavior, and as a nation, we need to create welfare programs to assure all of our necessities are met. Furthermore, we need to create a culture of efficiency and moderation to help reduce our waste and counteract the harmful effects it has on the planet. However, if we do not do so, the ecosystems of Earth will inevitably collapse and life will perish along with them, including that of our own. Efficiency and inefficiency. In the context of efficiency and inefficiency, most of us are highly inefficient in a multitude of ways, which is a major problem in today's world. For example, most of us waste valuable resources, like food and water, on a daily basis as if they will last forever, which is causing shortages across the world. Furthermore, our inefficient behavior is having a harmful effect on the planet, which is, in turn, causing many health problems in humans today. Additionally, our school systems are outdated and have been so for the last 100 years, and as a result, our education is largely incompatible with today's way of life, which is causing our way of thinking to be highly inefficient. Therefore, to combat our inefficient behavior, we need to moderate our resources and use them in a way that reduces waste. We also need to change to renewable energy so we can reduce the pollution fossil fuel creates. Moreover, our educational systems need to change and prioritize practical education so society can be more well-educated and increase our work efficiency. Furthermore, we need to change the infrastructure of society so it can conserve energy and use it for more valuable things. As a result, by doing these things, we become more efficient, which has many benefits for the overall well-being of society, but on the other hand, if we remain the way we are, our inefficiency will pollute the planet, which will inevitably lead to our downfall. Mind. Experience and non-experience. When it comes to experience and non-experience, most of us lack the experience to make sound decisions, which in turn, negatively affects our lives. For instance, most of us would rather be in our comfort zone and avoid difficult experiences, but by doing so, we hinder our development and remain stagnant in our abilities. This is hurtful because the chances of evolving as a species decreases, which is something that needs to occur if we are to rid ourselves of our problems. As a result, to rid ourselves of our lack of experience, we need to attain as much experience as possible. For example, we need to experiment with life and discover things that can aid us in our development. Also, experience yields knowledge, and the more experience we have, the wiser we can become. Additionally, by having more experiences, we are more likely to be open to new ideas, which allows us to become closer to one another as a society. Moreover, our leaders should have significant experience so they can lead the nation with wisdom, and by doing so, we are less likely to run into trouble and more likely to thrive as a nation. Knowledge and ignorance. In the context of knowledge and ignorance, humans are the wisest creatures on earth, yet many of us remain ignorant to a large extent. For example, many of us lack the essential knowledge to live effectively, and because of that, we encounter many complications throughout our life. Additionally, many of us believe in some form of ideology, which can be attributed to our ignorance. As a society, we are practically ignorant because our education mostly consists of knowledge that has no benefits to our survival or fulfillment. Furthermore, the supposed wise people of society are only wise in the context of empirical knowledge, which does not constitute for true universal wisdom. Therefore, to liberate ourselves from ignorance, we need to seek knowledge that benefits our lives and our happiness. As a society, we need to prioritize the teaching of universal knowledge so individuals can attain a proper understanding of the world. Furthermore, education should also be specialized so the individual can develop a sophisticated wisdom of their respective skills or talents. By doing so, we are more likely to contribute to the collective wisdom of humanity. As a nation, our leaders need to be knowledgeable to guide us through life and to help us attain a deeper wisdom of reality. If not, we will never attain a true understanding of the self, and our spiritual suffering, for a lack of a better term, will continue to persist. Wisdom and confusion. When it comes to wisdom and confusion, we, as a whole, have a large misunderstanding of the true nature of things, and as such, we develop theories that have no true correlation with reality. This then leads us further into confusion, which has led us to study theory and not reality. Additionally, most of us tend to have a general misunderstanding of things like politics, science, etc., and due to our ignorance, we bash others who do not think alike to ourselves. As a result, this leads to conflict and the division of a society, which can lead to further problems if prolonged for long enough. Moreover, our leaders make laws based off their misunderstanding of the world, which can have dire consequences. Therefore, to erase our general misunderstanding of things, we need to properly educate ourselves and learn to distinguish truth from opinion. We need to become knowledgeable and attain a proper understanding of people, nature, the universe, etc., and moreover, we need to avoid confusion and misunderstanding between ourselves and others so peace can be brought upon society. As a result, the wiser we are as a nation, the better off we are at life. Additionally, our leaders need to be wise to properly lead us and to avoid a misunderstanding of world affairs, which can lead to destructive consequences, such as a world war. Consistency. Integrity and hypocrisy. In the context of integrity and hypocrisy, many of us lack the integrity and remain inconsistent on a day-to-day basis. For example, most of us are inconsistent when it comes to keeping promises, good habits, and when it comes to adhering to moral principles. Our governments are also hypocrites and use false promises to get our support, but once they do, they never follow through with their promises. On top of that, most politicians are hypocrites solely for the purpose of self-gain, which is arguably one of the main problems of society today. As a result, to become more integrous and more consistent, we need to strive for excellence and hold ourselves accountable at all times. We also need to become consistent with our statements, good habits, and with our reasoning. Our leaders also need to be integrous so they can never participate in any form of corruption, and as a society, we need to uphold integrity at all costs and reward those who are integrous. Therefore, if we fail to become integrous, the hypocrisy present throughout society will continue to persist and corruption will continue to grow. Balance and imbalance. When it comes to balance and imbalance, our world is largely imbalanced, which is leading us to a disastrous future. For example, the way we are living is upsetting the balance of the world's ecosystems, which has led to the death of countless species. As a society, we contribute to the imbalance via our unfair treatment of others, unequal distributions of wealth, and unequal distribution of power. Additionally, the mismanagement of waste is polluting the environment and upsetting the balance of Earth. As individuals, we also neglect important aspects of our life, like our health and our future, and by doing so, our lives become unbalanced and more likely to fall apart. Therefore, to restore the balance of nature, we need to practice moderation, as both individuals and as a society, and by doing so, we can reduce the pollution that is upsetting the balance of Earth. Furthermore, we need to increase our conservation efforts before the damage becomes irreversible, and as a society, we need to assure that everyone has their fair share of essential resources like land, shelter, food, and water. As a result, if we neglect to do so, the imbalance of nature will increase, and we will likely perish alongside the many species of Earth. Stability and instability. In our current day, the instability of our planet is ever increasing, which is mainly due to the careless and reckless behavior of our species. For instance, our actions upset the stability of ecosystems and that causes more problems, like a lack of resources, food, and water. Additionally, by perpetuating the social divisions of society, which we do with our ideologies of hate, we create social instability, which can lead to other more serious problems, like violence and civil war. This can also occur on an international scale, which can lead to a worldwide catastrophe if it is not contained. As a result, to re-stabilize the planet and its ecosystems, we need to uphold and protect the balance of nature at all costs, which we can do by reducing waste, eliminating pollution, and by increasing our conservation efforts. Additionally, when it comes to social conflict, we need to seek resolutions immediately instead of perpetuating it with hate, discrimination, and violence. As a nation, we need to seek peaceful and stable resolutions with other nations to protect the greater good of our species and of civilization. In the context of ideologies, dogma, and belief, we need to dismiss falsehood and uphold truth above everything else to end the divisions that are perpetuated by our falsehoods. As a society, we need to introduce a culture of stability and extinguish any signs of growing instability before it is too late. By doing so, our chances of living in a stable society increase and with it, the longevity of our species, but if we fail to do so, civilization will likely collapse, and our species will go down with it. Peace and conflict. We, as humans, naturally seek peace throughout our lives, but when it comes to conflict, we do not deal with it like we should. For example, on an individual level, we tend to create unnecessary conflict by sabotaging our life in a multitude of ways, whether we do it intentionally or not. We also bash others with unfair criticism on a consistent basis, which perpetuates social conflict and division. We also like to lie to ourselves and others to maintain a false self-image, and when reality contradicts our beliefs, we experience mental conflict. To deal with this mental conflict, we censor and attack those who oppose our views, usually in unjustified ways. As a society and as individuals, we do not try to find solutions with our enemies, but instead, we focus on finding ways to get back at them, which further perpetuates conflict. Additionally, society is full of unfair discrimination, unjust treatment, violence, murder and so on, and that does not allow people to live in peace. As a nation, we do the same but on an international level and sanction those who do not comply with our demands. By doing so, we prolong international conflicts that can lead to a global catastrophe, like war and mass suffering. Therefore, to bring about peace and resolve our current issues, we need to prioritize peace and prevent conflict at all costs. If a conflict were to arise, we need to find a resolution immediately, instead of adding on to the problem. As individuals, we need to become pacifists and not take part in any form of conflict unless necessary. We also need to solve problems at their core instead of covering them up like we do with many of our problems today. Furthermore, peace of mind needs to be our topmost priority as individuals, and anything that disrupts our peace should be eliminated from our lives. People in power need to focus on the peace of their citizens before committing to their actions and putting us all in danger. Governments should also help their citizens attain peace of mind by creating a nation that allows its citizens to do so, unlike our modern-day lifestyles which constantly stress us. Likewise, all nations need to work towards peaceful and stable solutions that can benefit all parties involved, and any form of conflict, like war, needs to be avoided at all costs for obvious reasons. All nations need to prioritize world peace above all other things if we wish to advance and evolve as a species. If we cannot do so, major conflicts will arise, and the destruction of our species will fall upon us. Justice and injustice. Despite our natural sense of justice, there exists a large amount of injustice throughout the world, which exists in the form of hate, oppression, violence, war, and so on. No matter what country we are in, there is certainly some form of injustice present within it. For example, there are places where certain genders have less rights than others and some places where ethnicities are oppressed and harassed. Furthermore, as individuals, we also participate in injustice by treating others unfairly and by harassing other groups of people for whatever reason it may be. World leaders are also to blame because they often oppress other nations for nothing other than self-gain. They are also unjust in the sense that they do not uphold justice like a true leader should, which further perpetuates the injustice present throughout society. As a solution, to put an end to our unjust behavior, we need to uphold justice by always acting fairly towards everyone. We also need to combat our biases and be as objective as possible, especially if we are in positions of power. Moreover, we need to appoint just leaders so they can act fairly towards all people and aid the less fortunate with forms of charity and welfare. As a nation, we need to treat others fairly and never act unjustly towards them. All nations need to uphold justice to ensure the longevity of our species, and if we do not do so, injustice will continue to destabilize the world and the chances of a major conflict will continue to rise. Absoluteness. Independence and dependence. When it comes to independence and dependence, we usually try to be as independent as possible, but unfortunately, many of us have become dependent on many unnecessary things. For example, as a society, we have become dependent on electronics, which can lead to a catastrophe if our electrical grid fails. As individuals, we are generally dependent on things that lead to unhealthy habits, and in extreme cases, lead us to addiction. In today's society, there is a major problem with addiction, whether it be with drugs, food, or pleasure. In essence, we are addicted to dopamine rushes and obsessively seek them through social media, relationships, food, exercise, and so on. As a nation, we have also become dependent on others to supply us with essential resources, and if they were to stop doing so, we would certainly cease to exist. Therefore, to increase our independence, we need to become as independent as possible, and to do so, we need to become skilled in as many areas as possible so we can rely on others less. As individuals, we need to find ways to be happy without depending on external things like people, status, drugs, and so on. As a society, we need to find ways to be as independent as possible by developing means of self-sufficiency, and by doing so, we can stop relying on the help of other nations. Furthermore, education needs to focus heavily on the applications of practical skills so we can apply them to our lives and become more self-sufficient. If we do not do so, we will continue to depend on others for our survival, which will lead to our demise if the object of dependence ceases to exist. Freedom and enslavement. In the context of freedom and enslavement, we have a natural urge to live as freely as possible, but despite of our natural inclination towards freedom, we still enslave other people and other forms of life. Even today, there are parts of the world where slavery still exists, and although slavery is illegal in most countries, oppression still hinders the freedom of many people today. Furthermore, we also like to enslave other animals for selfish purposes, which is another form of enslavement. As such, to increase the freedom present throughout society, we need to eradicate all forms of enslavement and prosecute those who enable it. When it comes to oppression, we need to be fair and allow everyone the same freedom. We also need to become advocates of liberty and contribute to it as individuals. Animals also need to be allowed their freedom and never be held against their will. We also need to implement laws that protect our freedoms and prosecute those who violate our liberty. Animals should also have the same rights, and arguably, any being with the capacity to suffer. If we fail to do so, we will continue to live our lives in oppression and the chances of reaching our full potential will be virtually non-existent. Pureness and corruption. When it comes to pureness and corruption, we humans are highly susceptible to corruption. For example, as a society, it is commonly stereotyped that our leaders are corrupt, and many people argue that it is the core problem of our society today. For instance, our leaders are corrupt in the sense that they are selfish, and only work towards their own self-gain, instead of working for the benefit of the people. They purposely deceive us to keep us in the dark so it can be easier to manipulate us, but as individuals, we are also to blame because we are not so pure, despite of how much we like to criticize others for their impurities. For instance, most people are selfish, greedy, and materialistic, and are willing to do evil things to attain what they want. Furthermore, the values of modern society are also impure because they do not prioritize the greater good of the people, and instead, promote individual success and wealth above all other things. This materialistic worldview is leading many of us to depression since materialism does not bring long-lasting fulfillment to our lives. Therefore, to combat our impurities, we need to hold ourselves accountable at all costs and always act in accordance with good values and good morals. We also need to hold our leaders accountable and find a way to assure that no corruption occurs in our governments. Our leaders also need to be pure and never work towards their own self-gain and instead, always work towards the benefit of the people. We also need to stop seeking materialistic things as a means of fulfillment and rather, work towards our own self-development and happiness. As a culture, we need to promote purity as something we all need to strive for so we can create a culture of pureness and righteousness. If we fail to do so, our corrupt nature will never allow us to experience life like it is intended to, and future generations will remain in the presence of corruption. Simplicity and complexity. In the context of simplicity and complexity, we humans love simplicity, yet we constantly make things more complicated than they should be. For example, as a society, we build our infrastructures with the purpose of making profit and not to make them as efficient as they can be. For instance, college requires their students to take unnecessary classes that are unrelated to their field of study, which is a waste of time, money, and resources. Additionally, as individuals, we complicate our lives in many ways, usually by participating in reckless behavior. We also tend to perpetuate conflicts instead of resolving them, which makes our lives more difficult to live. By doing so, we continue to create unnecessary conflict in our lives, which hinders our overall well-being. As a product, to simplify our complex behavior, we need to make simplicity a top priority in our lives, even if it means losing profit. We also need to find new ways to simplify our current ways of living so we can become more efficient, and by doing so, our lives can become easier to live. Moreover, institutions, like schools and governments, need to be simplified to function only as intended and not to do other things, like make profit. As individuals, we need to simplify all aspects of our lives by making things as simple as they can be. We also need to seek simplicity in all its forms and increase its presence throughout our society. As a nation, we need to simplify our infrastructure so we can become more efficient. If we fail to do so, we will continue to waste energy when we could rather use it for other more important things, and we will continue to live with unnecessary complications that will make our lives more difficult. Totality. Commonality and uniqueness. When it comes to commonality and uniqueness, many of us fail to see the universal nature of all things, and thus, we adhere to seeing ourselves as separate and unique individuals. Although we are unique to a certain extent, the way we go about it is ultimately egotistical because we use it as a means to justify our arrogant and prideful behavior. As such, many of us are extremely self-centered and believe ourselves to be greater than we truly are. We also have a negative tendency to force our culture upon others to the point where we oppress and even murder those who do not support it. We use our unique attributes to distinguish ourselves from others, and sadly, it is the basis of racism, sexism, nationalism, and so on. These mental divisions create conflict among the people, which can lead to serious problems like oppression, violence, and war. Therefore, to counteract our narcissistic behavior, we need to let go of our ego and see ourselves for what we truly are, a universal being. As individuals, we need to remain humble and rid ourselves of arrogance, pride, and egotism. We also need to understand that although we are unique individuals, being unique makes us the same as everyone else, and thus, being unique does not make us special. Likewise, we need to see common values among all cultures as a means of bringing us together. As a nation, we need to rid ourselves of our national pride and begin to see the commonality of all living things on Earth. As a species, we need to find universal ways of relating with each other, which includes universal methods of communication, ideas, values, philosophies, and so on. If we do not do so, our species will remain divided, and problems like racism, nationalism, and sexism will continue to thrive. Unity and separation. In the context of unity and separation, we are undoubtedly more connected than ever before, but despite of our technological achievements, we are still a long ways from becoming a unified society. For example, many of us, if not all of us, constantly promote the idea of us versus them, whether we are aware of it or not, and that further perpetuates the division present throughout society. These divisions, which exist in religion, politics, and in the culture itself, can lead to serious problems, like war and oppression. On an international level, nations perpetuate division as a means of weakening other countries. These divisions are the most dangerous because they have the potential to create war among nations, and with our modern technology, it can lead to the collapse of civilization and even worse, the extinction of our species. Therefore, to unify the divisions present among our species, we need to look past our differences and understand that we are all one species. We also need to understand that we all share the same commonalities as humans, like the desire for life, peace, freedom, happiness, and so on. As a result, we need to end the hate amongst each other and live as a unified whole. Nations need to contribute by eradicating their national pride and by working towards the unification of our species. As a society, we need to promote unity in all its forms so we can create a culture where we are all one. If we fail to do so, our species will remain divided, and the chances of conflict will remain ever increasing. Consideration and inconsideration. When it comes to consideration and inconsideration, many of us are highly inconsiderate and rarely contemplate what is important. For example, most of us are inconsiderate of our actions and their consequences, which is a cause of many of our problems today. Furthermore, many of us are impulsive and do not think things through, which usually leads to unnecessary trouble. Additionally, we only consider what is important to us and not what is important to other people, let alone what is important for society. As a nation, we are very inconsiderate of our actions to the point where we are destabilizing the ecosystems of our planet. Our leaders are also inconsiderate of our needs and usually only consider their own. This is the cause of many of our problems today, which exists all throughout the governments of Earth. And thus, to become more considerate, we need to consider as much as possible when it comes to all regards of life, whether it be personal, financial, social, political, and so on. Additionally, we need to be highly considerate of our actions and how they will impact the future. As a society, we need to consider our actions as a whole and consider the consequences before we act. As a culture, we need to promote thoughtfulness throughout all aspects of society so we can create a culture that is more considerate of itself and others. By doing so, we can create a better world for ourselves and for the future of humanity, but if we fail to do so, our thoughtlessness will likely lead to our demise. Selflessness and selfishness. As humans, we are very selfish creatures, and it can be argued that everything we do as individuals is for self-gain. For example, we are selfish to the extent of doing things at the expense of others. We also hoard essential resources, like food and water, knowing that there are people who lack these resources. Our leaders also behave in the same manner but on an international level, which is arguably why the world is in such a horrendous state. Our leaders are known to act selfishly and to never work towards the full benefit of the people, and this is a problem because selfishness can turn into greed, which is arguably one of the main problems of society today. Therefore, to rid ourselves of our egotistical behavior, we need to become selfless and constantly work towards the greater good of humanity. We also need to start giving for the sake of giving and not to attain something in return. We also need to partake in charity and help those who are in need. Our leaders also need to contribute by acting towards the greater good of society and by always putting the need of the people first. As a nation, we need to help other nations if we have the resources to do so, and as a society, we need to rid ourselves of our selfish behavior and create a society where no one is left out. If we do not do so, our greed will lead us down a path that will likely destroy us. Fulfillment and unfulfillment. When it comes to fulfillment and unfulfillment, fulfillment is definitely something many of us are lacking in our lives. This is arguably so because we seek fulfillment in things that do not bring us long-lasting joy, like pleasure, wealth, fame, etc. On the contrary, these things usually make us more depressed, which contributes to the modern problem of depression. Depression, over an extended period of time, can lead to suicide, which is a tragedy we need to avoid. Our modern lifestyles arguably contribute to our depression, and therefore, it is something we need to change immediately. As a result, to bring fulfillment to our lives, we need to prioritize our mental health above all other things and not focus on things that do not bring us happiness. We also need to focus on our joy and peace of mind and forget all that is unnecessary. Our governments should also aid us in the pursuit of happiness and not contribute to our stress and depression. As a society, we need to overcome the mundane aspects of life, which includes hunger, stress, poverty, work, depression, and so on. To do so, we need to focus on developing means of overcoming these things, which is something we are not focused on as a species. If we fail to do so, we will continue to live with depression, and our suffering will persist until we die. Power, capacity and incapacity. As a species, we are undoubtedly the most capable, but as individuals, many of us never realize the full potential of our being. For example, many of us are practically unskilled and thus, we lack the skills to overcome the hardships of life. As a society, we are capable of extraordinary feats, but our leaders choose to hinder our potential and use it towards their own self-gain. Additionally, many nations oppress the people to some degree, and that makes it more difficult for us to realize our full potential. Arguably, if our leaders focused on actualizing our potential, all of our problems would likely go away, but sadly, our leaders do not care to do so. Therefore, to counteract this problem, we need to maximize our potential, as both individuals and as a society. As a society, we need to set up systems that empower the people and increase our potential. We also need to focus on science, art, technology, and anything that can propel humanity forward. If we neglect to do so, we will remain stagnant and never evolve as a species, which is something we need to do if we wish to survive into the distant future. Actualization and hindrance. In regard to actualization and hindrance, most of us are hindered by the circumstances of life, which makes it difficult to actualize our full potential. For example, some countries purposely restrict the people by enforcing unfair restrictions on them, whether it be for political or religious reason. By doing so, we hinder their capacity and make their lives more difficult. As a society, we censor ideas simply because we do not agree with them, which violates our freedom of expression, but despite of the oppression present throughout the world, many of us are free to a considerable extent but still fail to actualize our creative potential. As a result, many of us live our lives without ever creating something of value, which is shameful to say the least. And thus, to counteract our lack of creativity, we need to exercise our creative potential to increase the chances of manifesting something new. As a society, we need to remove unfair restrictions to assure everyone can have the same opportunities as everyone else. We also need to set up systems that inspire innovation and increase our chances of inventing something new. Furthermore, ideas should never be censored, and all forms of expression should be protected under law. If we fail to do so, we will live a life of mediocrity and never create anything valuable for our species. Our governments will continue to control us, and we will not be able to experience life to the fullest. Strength/weakness. When it comes to strength and weakness, humans are undoubtedly the most powerful creatures on Earth. However, our collective power is disproportional because it is not held by everyone equally, and thus, stronger nations bully weaker nations to sustain their power over them. Although it is not right to do so, one can argue that these hardships are a consequence of weakness and therefore, it is justified to invade weaker nations. Whether it is justified or not, it is certainly not good to be weak when it comes to survival. For example, people who lack the strength to overcome the hardships of life are more likely to perish, which is unfortunate, but it happens all throughout nature. If we are weak, either physically or mentally, we are more likely to suffer and struggle through life, and as a nation, if we are weak, we are more likely to be invaded by more powerful nations. As such, to strengthen our weaknesses, we need to focus on becoming more powerful, in any sense of the word. As individuals, we need to become physically and mentally powerful to increase our chances of survival and overcome the struggles of life. As a nation, we need to become politically, economically, and militarily powerful to reduce the chances of being invaded. As a species, we need to focus on realizing our potential to manifest the extraordinary power of our species, and by doing so, we can continue to evolve as a species and possibly become the most powerful in the universe. If not, we will remain stagnant as a species and never live up to our human potential. Influence and insignificance. In the context of influence and insignificance, our society is largely filled with negative influences that come in many forms, such as popular media, drugs, bad friendships, etc. For example, popular media promotes negative concepts such as constant drug use, gang activity, sexual exploitation, and so on, which influences many people to do the same. Furthermore, many of us focus on insignificant things such as gossip and drama, which causes us to waste energy on unimportant things. Additionally, the cultures of most nations promote division amongst the people, which usually comes in the form of nationalism, racism, and classism, and that has a negative impact on the overall stability of society. Lastly, there is a lack of good influences throughout society, and the ones that try to promote good behavior are usually looked down upon and even ridiculed by some, which shows how bad some of us are. As a result, to counteract our immoral behavior, we need to turn all bad influences into good influences. For example, popular media should not be filled with negative concepts such as murder, drug use, sex, etc., and it should promote things that are not going to corrupt our culture. We also need to focus on important that will bring positive things to our lives, such as progress, stability, innovation, etc. Moreover, our leaders should be good influences towards the people by promoting things like unity, peace, prosperity, and so on, so we can create a culture of positivity. Therefore, by doing these things, we can inspire society to act in a beneficiary way so we can improve the overall behavior of society. However, if we fail to do so, our society will become more corrupt, which will inevitably lead to our downfall. Reason. Logic and foolishness. When it comes to logic and foolishness, humans are the most rational beings on Earth, yet most of us do not reason correctly and act foolishly on a regular basis. For example, many of us believe in some form of ideology, which is arguably the main cause of our problems today. Furthermore, many of us participate in reckless behavior, which can lead to a premature death. Also, as individuals, we tend to act off our impulses instead of using reason to guide us through life, which gives rise to unnecessary complications. Our leaders are the same in the sense that they believe in irrational things, but their foolishness is more dangerous because it can lead to a world catastrophe, like the end of human civilization. Therefore, to counteract our foolish behavior, we need to teach ourselves to reason properly, and by doing so, the difficulties of life can become easier to navigate through. We also need to choose reason above everything and stop believing in irrational things. Furthermore, We should also learn to control our emotions and to avoid foolish and reckless behavior. Additionally, we should never believe in anything until it has been proven true, and as a society, our leaders must be rational to make better decisions and move us towards a logical society. As a nation, we need to use reason to guide us through our problems and to help us interact with other nations in the best way possible. By doing so, our chances of avoiding a major conflict increase, and with it, the longevity of civilization and of our species. However, if we neglect to do so, our foolish behavior will surely lead us to our end. Order and disorder. In the context of order and disorder, we, humans, are a highly organized species, but as organized as we are, many aspects of our life remain in disorder, which is the cause of many of our problems today. For instance, when our lives are in disorder, they become unstable and fall apart, which leads to other more serious problems, like poverty and death. Many other things like injustice, corruption, and conflict can lead to disorder, which can further lead to the destruction of our society. Furthermore, many countries lack the sufficient order to sustain a stable society, and thus, the people who live there are forced into a life of suffering and despair. Additionally, as a species, our actions are creating disorder among ecosystems, which can lead to a global catastrophe if prolonged for long enough. As a result, to counteract the disorder present throughout our lives, we need to uphold order at all costs. As individuals, we need to implement order wherever it is lacking to create stability and make life easier to live. As a society, we need to enforce order at all times and immediately extinguish any form of chaos. As a nation, we need to uphold international order to stabilize our diplomatic relationships and ensure the longevity of civilization. We also need to uphold order in nature to restabilize the planet's ecosystems and assure the survival of our species. If we fail to do so, the world will surely fall into chaos, which will unquestionably lead to our downfall. Courtesy and rudeness. When it comes to courtesy and rudeness, many of us are extremely uncourteous and disrespectful to one another. For example, many of us will disrespect and bash others if we do not agree with their ideas, and worse, some of us are willing to assault others for disagreeing with our beliefs. When it comes to society, we no longer respect people's peace of mind, space, opinions, and so on, which increases the chances of conflict amongst the people. As a nation, we constantly disrespect our enemies and represent them in a disrespectful light, regardless of its validity. Even worse, some of our leaders are willing to wage war on other nations if they are disrespected in any way, which can lead to the deaths of millions of people. As a result, to counteract our disrespectful behavior, we need to be courteous and respectful at all times, whether it be to ourselves or to others. By being courteous, we can build better relationships, which is essential to our mental health. As social creatures, we have to build stable relationships to survive, which cannot occur if we are disrespectful to one another. As a society, we need to respect all people, despite of their ethnicity, sex, gender, ideas, and so on, which will promote a culture of courtesy and respect. Furthermore, by being courteous, we can cooperate more effectively, and thus, finding a solution becomes easier to achieve. As a nation, we need to be courteous and respectful to one another to build stable relationships and work towards world peace. If we neglect to do so, the chances of conflict will continue to exist and the chances of living in harmony will diminish. Conclusion. Although we do much of this already, Neo-Mysticism provides a clear picture of what society needs to be if we wish to continue to live into the distant future, and as stated before, it is important that we change our behavior immediately if we wish to evolve as a species. Thankfully, Neo-Mysticism can help us attain that goal, and by doing so, life can flourish once again, and we can become the species we are destined to be. If not, our species will certainly destroy themselves, and the billions of years that led to our evolution will have shamefully gone to waste. Outro. Summary. Ultimately, Neo-Mysticism is a new form of spirituality, which has the potential to revolutionize the world for the better. As a result, Neo-Mysticism allows us to view life from a new perspective that gives us a more complete understanding of reality, unlike science and spirituality that often criticize each other instead of unifying their understanding as one. Additionally, Neo-Mysticism also gives us a logical form of spirituality that is free from any religious association, which is something that many of us are looking for in our lives. Neo-Mysticism also provides us with an explanation that unifies our understanding of good and evil, unlike most religions and moral philosophies that have no understanding of ethics and its true relationship to spirituality. Moreover, Neo-Mysticism gives us a clear picture of what society needs to be if we wish to survive into the distant future, which is something that our species is in desperate need of. Lastly, with all of the great benefits Neo-Mysticism has to offer, arguably the greatest one it does is that it provides us with a deeper meaning for life, which is something that many of us have been searching for throughout the entirety of our lives. As an outcome, many of us are in a state of meaninglessness, which is causing us to live depressing and unfulfilling lives, and despite of our constant state of despair, most religions and spiritual philosophies cannot fill that empty void that weighs heavy on our hearts, but thankfully, Neo-Mysticism is an alternative that can provide that solution for many of us, alongside all of the other indispensable benefits it has to offer, like peace, wisdom, and long-lasting stability. Therefore, it is incredibly important that we incorporate the principles of Neo-Mysticism into our lives if we wish to live a long and fulfilling life. However, if we fail to do so, our species will likely continue to suffer and prolong its foolish behavior, which will likely lead to the destruction of our civilization, and even worse, to the extinction of our species. Ultimately, the choice is up to us and only time will tell if we do make the right decision, and although many of us think that it is unlikely that we will do so, I have hope that we will come to our senses and we will find the path to righteousness, saving us from ourselves and most importantly, becoming one with our true nature, i.e., the self.